Foundation Mongolia office. I welcome you with a big smile. One of the reasons we are right on time, that makes a German very happy. You know about that. No, but it's fantastic to have you all here. I counted before, I think we have more than 10 countries that are here for this workshop on a very important topic on illegal killing, taking, trade of birds and energy infrastructure on the Central Asian Flyway. We are here on a special period in Mongolia. It's the Nadam season. Last week we had the Nadam festival. This is the main public holiday in Mongolia. It's like the Olympic Games, the National Olympic Games of Mongolia. That's why I want to say very much thank you to our Mongolian participants, also from the ministry, for being here, because this is not unusual. I read in an article that 20% of the population of Ulaanbaatar are currently in the countryside for traveling and during this time. But I think we have a very important topic. And also we have one flagship species that we want to focus on. That's the bar-headed geese. And we cannot change the migration pattern of the bar-headed geese, so we have to choose this period to be here. And I already got some news from sources in the West that they spotted 100 bar-headed geese in the western provinces of Bayan Ulgi, where some of us gonna travel tomorrow. So we have a wonderful group of people here, online and also offline. As I said, more than 10 different countries, and I encourage everyone, please be communicative, be open. Because one of the objectives, or the main objective, is like to build a network on the Central Asian Flyway. This also brings me a bit about the background. Hanns Seidel Foundation, we are a political foundation. We work in 60 countries around the world. Mainly through the Korea office, we got engaged with birds and biodiversity because they are a connector of countries, they're a connector of people, and also they're somewhat political. When it comes about transboundary issues, about borders, we always say birds have no passports, they cross borders and are not like human beings that stop and have passport control. The Hanns Seidel Foundation is engaged, and we were engaged for, I think, around 10 years with the East Asian, Australasian Flyway. So this is on these flyway work, flyway between different countries. And on the Central Asian Flyway, we don't have this mechanism yet, but there is a big momentum. So we had the first event, I think 2 years ago in Incheon on the Central Asian Flyway, and how to create mechanisms for better cooperation also there. And we had a CMS COP in Samarkand this year in February, as far as I remember, February, right? Yeah. Where also India made a big commitment to be one of the key supporters for establishing a mechanism, maybe something like a secretariat on the Central Asian Flyway. So this workshop should be part of this movement, of this momentum, to bring people on the Central Asian Flyway together. And the bar-headed geese could be something like a flagship species that we can focus on. We had, since earlier this year, one researcher from the Wildlife Science Conservation Center of Mongolia doing a research of migration patterns on the bar-headed geese along the Central Asian Flyway. We really think that this research could be something that gives us an idea how to work on scientific issues, academic issues together on the Central Asian Flyway. Quickly about the housekeeping, feel free. This is Hanns Seidel Foundation Mongolia premises. If you need anything, ask me or ask Unenbaya, our project manager, or Moji from WSCC, who is co-organizing it. The meeting is recorded. We have online participants here. We would, or we might later publish also like the recording if anyone has an issue with it, just talk with us and we find a solution. We would also be happy if you have like any write-downs, reports, inputs, please give it to us so that we can later have like a full report that we can even show what we achieved here later to the bigger public to create more outcome for our initiatives. Other than that, I would like to thank my staff Unenbaya very much for bringing all this together. It was a big hard work. We interrupted our vacation for this event, but we are most happy to do so. Also a big thanks to our main partner in Mongolia, the Wildlife Science Conservation Center, with Mochi here represented, but also with Nyamba being online with us right now from Bayan Ulgi. He's already chasing the bar-headed geese to tag them and to track them with his team. And yeah, big thanks to you. And lastly, most of all, my biggest heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry of Environment and how it is called, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. It was just renamed after the election last month, for taking your time to be here today to support this workshop. And we hope to work closer together with you over the next years to of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Thank you so much.
За бүгдээрээ сайн байцгаана уу? Бүгдээрээ сайн авцгааж ирсэн үү? Манай Монгол улсад зөрчилдөж байгаад баяртай байна.
Hello to everyone, and I hope you have really good journey to our country. Welcome to Mongolia.
За Төв Азийн нүүдлийн замыг хамгаалах талаар оролцогч улсуудын уулзалт 2023 онд энэхүү бусад болсон. За энэхүү уулзалтын дээр бид зэрлэг амтан судлах хамгаалах төвийн захирал доктор Нямбарын хамт оролцож байсан. Тэгээд гочин уулзж ирсэн хүмүүстэйгээ бас таасандаа баяртай байна.
So last year there's been a CMS COP meeting in Kazakhstan, in India, and then we as ministry delegates visited India along with the Dr. Nimbai from WRCC, and then really nice to see all of you back in here again.
За Монгол улсын засгийн газар сонгуулийн үр дүнгээр шинээр нэмэгдэж байгаа. Тэгээд энэтэй холбоотой манай газрын дарга оролцож амжаагүй. Тэгээд та бүхэн бас минь дамжуулсан шүү. Та бүхний уулзалтанд амжилт хүсье гэж амжуулсан.
As may some of you know, Mongolian parliament election has been recently held, and then due to that, government is reshaping its ministries. So because of that, we would like to apologize on behalf of our department head. She's very busy having continuous meetings, and then she said hi to you.
За Монгол улс урт хугацааны бодлого гараа 2050-да биологийн олон янз байдлыг хамгаалах, нэг ховор амьтдыг хамгаалах, ховрлын шалтгааныг тогтоож хамгааллын төлөвлөгөө боловсруулан хэрэгжүүлэхээр ажиллаж байна.
So Mongolia have the vision 2050, or it's a long-term Mongolian development policy developed by the government. And then as part of this big policy planning, we have a plan to highly conserve the biodiversity and then finding and mitigating the root cause of the threats.
Монгол орон олон зүйл амьтан ургамлын уугуул нутгаа. Олон нүүдлийн амьтдын хувьд ихээхэн ач холбогдолтой газар нутаг тул нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын биологийн олон янз байдлыг хамгаалах суурь конвенц, зэрлэг амьтдын нүүдэлдэг зүйлийг хамгаалах конвенц, амьтан ургамлын ховцсон зүйлийг олон улсын хэмжээнд худалдаалах тухай конвенц, олон улсын ач холбогдол бүхий ус намгахаар газар ялангуяа усны шууд олноор амьдардаг орчны конвенц, Рамсарын конвенц зэрэг олон улсын гэрээ конвенцэд нэгдэж орсон байдаг нь нэг ховор амьтан устдах хавьялт орсон амьтдыг хамгаалах үүргийг олон улсын өмнө хүлээж байдаг.
So as Mongolia hosts many different biodiversity and highly significant for its habitat. So therefore, to improve the significance of the conservation, Mongolia also become a party of so many different UN convention frameworks, including CBD, CMS, CITES, and Ramsar.
Монгол улс Төв Азийн нүүдлийн шуудын хувьд маш чухал орнуудын нэг. Энэхүү олон улсын хэмжээний арга хэмжээнд Монгол улс идэвхтэй оролцож ирлээ. Манай шууд судлаачид энэ нүүдлийн замын дагуу олон зүйлийн шуудын нүүдлийг судалж олон орны эрдэмтдийн мөр зэрэгцээ ажиллаж байгаа. Энэ удаагийн хуралд ч гэсэн онлайнаар болон хуралд бичлэн оролцож байгаа хүмүүсийг харахад Төв Азийн нүүдлийн зам олон хүний анхаарлыг татж байна гэдэг нь харагдаж байна.
Mongolian ornithologists, we would like to proud and we would like to say thank you for them for working and giving very high significance on Central Asian Flyway. And then it's always wonderful to see how much research has been done from the Mongolian ornithologists on the different flyway level. And we are really glad to see people who are also actively participating today, both physically and online.
За дэлхийн улс орнууд байгалийн унган төрх биологийн төрөл зүйлийг хамгаалж үлдэхийн тулд хамтын ажиллагаагаа сайжруулах, судалгааны олон талтай ажил дээр хамтран ажиллах, хамгааллын арга хэмжээгээ сайжруулахад илүү анхаарч ажиллах шаардлагатай.
As you may already know and do agree with me, all of the researchers around the world, we have to improve our cooperation and partnership along the flyways and all around the world.
За өнгөрсөн жил Монгол улсын засгийн газрын тогтоолоор Монгол улсын амьтныхаа экологи эдийн засгийн үнэлгээг 23 онд шинжилсэн. За энэ дээр жишээ нь 2011 онд хуучин 130 мянган төгрөгийн үнэтэйс алтаа хойлог шуу 217 мянга. За бовцор хотон 6 сая 570 мянган төгрөгийн үнэлгээтэй байсан бол одоо 11 сая 790 мянган төгрөгийн үнэлгээтэй болсон байх жишээтэй.
So recently, last year, Mongolian government released a decree on the special fine amounts for threatened endangered species, and then we call it ecological and economic values. And then if somebody been illegally taking and hunting, if they then they should be fined twice as much of this value, and including Altai snowcock and Dalmatian pelicans. The amount of fine increases many times.
За амьтны тухай Монгол улсын хуулиар амьтны аймагт учирсан хурлын хүн төлбөрийн хэмжээг экологи эдийн засгийн үнэлгээг 20 дахин өсгөж тогтооно гэсний дагуу зөвшөөрөлгүй магадгүй хууль бусаар агнасан тохиолдолд хойлох шууны хүн төлбөр 434 мянга, бовцор хотон бол 23 сая 580 мянган төгрөгийг зөвшөөр болж байгаа. Хэдий ч төлбөр хураамж хууль эрх зүйн орчныг сайжруулахад анхаарч байгаа ч буцаага тухайн амьтны хамгаалалт зарцуулах санхүүжилт хангалтгүйгээс гадна буцаагаад ирнэ амьтны биологийн төрөл зүйлийг хомсдоход бид нар маш их хөрөнгө цаг хугацааг зарцуулна гэдгийг та бид ойлгож байна.
According to the Mongolian law and fauna, if somebody being found out illegally taking or poaching any species, they have to pay twice as much their ecological economic value. For instance, if somebody been illegally taking a Dalmatian pelican, they have to be fined 23 million Mongolian tugrux, just quite high amount. But we all do understand that financing on conservation is not enough. And then it takes lots of time and lots of investment to mitigate any threats or loss being already held in the nature.
За мөн амьтны тухай хуулийг Монгол улс шинжилэн боловсруулахаар ажлын хэсэг байгуулад ажиллаж байгаа. Энэ ажлын хэсэгт маань бүх эрдэмтэд судлаачдаас баг хөтөлбөрөд бүрэлдэхүүнд нь орж ажиллаж байна.
So Mongolia created a working group to renew the law on fauna, and all the major researchers and scientists included in this working group.
Замтэр хөгжлийн яамны одоо харьяа иргэний нисхийн ерөнхий газраас агаар хүлэг мал амьтантай мөргөлдөх аюулаас сэргийлэх ажлын хэсгийг шинжилэн байгуулсан. За мөн агаар хүлэг шуу мал амьтантай мөргөлдөх аюулаас сэргийлэх журмыг бүх талуудаас санал авч хилцүүлэн журам бол батлагдах шатндаа явж байгаа.
Ministry on development and road network in Mongolia. There's a special working group working on the to develop the new regulation and rules to mitigate any threats from the wildlife and livestock may collide to the airplanes.
За мөн байгаль орчин аялал жуулчлалын сайдын тушаалаар шууд эрчим хүчний өндөр хүчтэй захиулах эрсдлийг бууруулах, хууль эрх зүй стандарт норм дүрм журмыг боловсронгуй болгохоор ажлын хэсгийг байгуулан ажлын дүнд одоо саналаа хуулийн хэсэгт нэгтгэн хүргэсэн.
There was also separate working group worked on the issues on raptors and birds colliding and electrocuting in the high voltage power lines, and then their work results being passed to the ministries to reflect it and renew the relevant legal framework in Mongolia.
За бид энэ номд эвлэг шонхлын тархац нөөцийн судалгааг хийж байгаа. Тийхээр одоо явж байна. Байгалийн нөөц ашигласны төлбөрийн орлогоос амтны нийцийг нэмэгдүүлэх, нөхөн сэргээх, байгаль орчныг хамгаалах арга хэмжээнд зохицуулах санхүүжүүлэлтийг нэмэгдүүлэхэд энэ судалгаа бодиттой үр дүнд хүрнэ гэж одоо бид нэр төлөвлөж тооцоолж ажиллаж байгаа.
So this year ministry started and initiated the research on sacred falcon, and then conducting a study to identify the resources in country, and we also trying to figure out the ways to use effectively the fees on natural resources use back into the conservation.
За экологийн цагдаагийн албанаас 2024 оны 2 сард авсан мэдээлэлээр хууль бус ан агнах гэмт хэрэг Монгол улсад 2022 онд 73 тохиолдолд бүртгэгдсэн. 23 онд 69 тохиолдолд бүртгэгдсэн гэж тийм мэдээлэл судалгаа байдаг.
According to the data from the Ecological Police of Mongolia, in 2020 there have been 73 incidents recorded. In 2023 there's 69 incidents recorded due to the poaching and illegal taking of endangered species.
Монгол Улсын засгийн газар 2024-өөс 28 онд хийж хэрэгжүүлэх үйл ажиллагааны хөтөлбөрөөр одоо боловсруулж байгаа. Энэ үед хамтран ажиллах, хийх ажлын талаар та бүхэн бас үнэтэй санал зөвлөмж өгөхийг та бүхэнд ташрамд хэлье.
At this very moment, Mongolian government is reshaping and working on its next 4 years planning. And then we would like to really and highly appreciate if you also contribute and then give your comments on that. Thank you very much.
За ингээд та бүхний хамтын ажиллагаанд амжилт.
And good luck on every collaboration and partnership.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mungtush, for your speech and giving a bit of a background of the Mongolian government. So for your information, we had the election end of June last month. So the government structure is somewhat reshaped. And right now, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change is meeting to set their new policies. So I think this meeting can also be quite influential to give some policy advice. And as you heard, Mongolia is quite open to hear international expertise and to learn from it. So I think it's quite a good timing to be here. Also, what we heard is that Mongolian researchers are very engaged on these topics that we discuss today. And I think if we can expand it to other countries, I know you're very engaged as well, we can make it more transboundary and cooperative.
You're welcome. Here it's mostly that's McQueen bastard exported and imported for introduction. But at the same time, we have one problem with McQueen bastard. According to the CITES data, that which every country annually submit their report about the legal trade, so they have some differences between exporter and importer, especially related to Kazakhstan. it's not like only Kazakh problem, but it's also like, for example, Uzbekistan says that they receive some investors, but Kazakhstan say like we didn't give permission for that, and it's not Kazakh, for example, like this. That kind of problem exists, and also with Sacred Falcon, everything is okay, but at the same time, also some of like this report says that Maku investors, 3 cases was like for commercial purpose from Kazakhstan. It was like exported, but for now, under the CITES requirements, only like registered captive breeding can be like export for commercial purpose. So yeah, of course, we're now working with a management body of CITES in Kazakhstan, so they try to solve this problem in the future. Also, like another like medical reach, and like one of the Kazakhstan is one of the biggest importer in the world, and other excursions. One of the main legal trade in Kazakhstan. If we're talking about illegal trade, huge one of the biggest illegal trade, of course, unfortunately, is of course in Saida, because one of the largest population in Kazakhstan, and also sacred falcons. We have a lot of cases, illegal smuggling of sacred falcon from Kazakhstan, and also we have some 2 cases with one of the birds, like deer falcons. But it's original. It seems like it's originally from Russia, not from Kazakhstan, because in Kazakhstan we don't have any like habitat that. Here it's just like a statistic that green shrimps also traded, but it's not related to this topic. But at the same time, it's also like collected that data. We collected with SPK collected that data, and we work with colleges with the traffic and other partner in Central Asia. We have some not only like export and import illegal trade, but also in the border, within the border. Here, just like pictures of the illegal trade of sacred falcons. It was huge detection cases. Yeah. Some cases was only like smuggling cases, but some of them it was like birth was changed, but everything was right. I mean, like with the documents, everything right with the birds, but they was changed. So I want to like start like tell about some work that we do for combating illegal wildlife trade. CBK started that work in 2014. It was very small component in our project. It was first training in a dog training center. First dog was 3 dogs was trained for cyclohorn and narcotic drugs, but in 2015 and 2017, sacred falcons stand also was included for the training, and the first dogs were in Kazakhstan who trained for sacred falcon dogs. And during the presently 18 service dogs are on duty at the custom and border checkpoints in Kazakhstan, and from 2015 until the end of 2023, more than 90 detection was made by sniffer dogs. It was mostly cyclohorn, but also sacred falcons. Now we are continuing working with the border service and the agency of finance monitoring on support dog training centers, but they are trained themselves. We just help with the stand because it's very hard to find that. And now Kazakhstan use the imitator of wildlife trade. Yeah, stand. Yeah, just cases of that. Now, I think from 2017, we started work with other law enforcement agency together with the administrative management body of the CITES. We working on awareness raising and training for different law enforcement agencies like border service, custom service, and also even prosecutors. Because Kazakhstan is now a part of the Eurasian Union, so we have no custom checkpoints in our one of the largest border, and we work with different. Because of that, we work with different agencies. But we understand that we are trained together with the Committee of Forestry, Wildlife, Ministry of Ecology of Kazakhstan, trained different, more than 90 people from 2070s, but we understand that it's not so sustainable. So we have decided to also work with the Academy of Law Enforcement Agencies. It's more sustainable and more complex and more comprehensive. So here, just some pictures of that trainings. Apart from trainings, we are working recording cases of poaching and the illegal trade data. We are report for the police and also work closely with the management body of CITES in the Republic of Kazakhstan. And we have prepared some manuals and also courses, and have one interested, but it's unfortunately in Russian and Kazakh. But yeah, you can see that manuals. Also, we work with the protected areas on smart implementation, priority protected areas, especially on birds and also on other key species. Work on improving current data collection in the protected areas with other stakeholders. ICBK in 2023 conducted a field survey to collect quantitative data on bird mortality on the power lines, and it was one big, not big, it was a survey on territory 1 protected area. It was very small area where we found 39 individuals of 16 bird species, carcasses of 319 individuals of species, and most of them was steppe eagle. Yeah. Okay, it's very short. It wasn't a big area. It was very small area, protected area. So now, SBK, we work with the other stakeholders and our government body on improving legislation on improving legislation on to raising awareness and force that owners of power lines to install special devices for protection, and it was just one of the cases. So, thank you very much. Smuggled, but it's fortunately saved.
Happy saved for.
Thank you so much, Madina and Alexei. You can have a seat again. But this is the most impressive. Hanns Seidel Foundation in Mongolia, we also work with the ecological police and with the Forensic Institute. And I think you have some impressive work there, regarding cooperation and collaboration of law enforcement, but also ecologists. So really a lesson learned, and I'm going to have later some question for you as well. So thank you so much for your efforts. And we already have the next presentation by Maxim Mitropolsky on illegal killing, taking, and trade of migratory birds in Uzbekistan.
Going to some short presentation about Uzbekistan.
Может, туда направляйте, наверное.
Really reliable. Where's the connector to the device? It's here?
Some short information about geographical position of Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is located in the middle part of Central Asia, between all Central Asia countries. So between Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. So all migration roads from north part from Russia by Central Asia Flyway from Western Siberia to India, and also from Europe to India through flights through Uzbekistan. That's why it's landscape of Uzbekistan. Also, most part of Uzbekistan is flat. This is a plateau, Ustyurt Plateau, Kızılkum Desert, and just the eastern part and south part of Uzbekistan, it's mountains. This is Tinshay Mountains, and this is Pamiralay Mountains. All this geographical situation shows that quite number of species in Uzbekistan. So it's 109 species of mammals, 465 species of birds, 50 species of reptiles, and 3 species of amphibians. For fish, it's 77 species. In vertebral species are more than 15,000. Some of these species include in Uzbekistan Red Data Book, but not all species from Uzbekistan from National Red Book are included in IUCN Red Book. That's why, because, for example, for white-tailed eagle in Uzbekistan, it's just some part of breeding area and a lot of birds wintering in Uzbekistan. That's why, for example, these birds include in National Red Data Book. About monitoring of nature and anthropogenic factors of birds' mortality in Uzbekistan, I will talk only about birds, not about any other species. So for nature factors, it's feeding of raptors. We collect pellets of owls and feeding tables of against falcons and sparrowhawk, gohawk to identify the species. And main factors for last 5 or 6 years that climate factors and very cold season in winter. For example, the last cold winter was in 2008, when in Uzbekistan we died more than 10,000 of waterfalls, ducks, goose, and cranes. Last winter in 2023, it was also very cold winter. All our wetlands was covered by ice. And for example, only in one lake, in Aydar Lake, it's a big lake on the border between Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, we found 300 Dalmatian pelicans died. It was frozen in ice. So this information no in any news or reports. I don't know why, but it was very bad situation for waterfall. And anthropogenic factors, mortality on the road, mortality on the electric power line, hunting, and death in fish nets. it's also a big problem in Uzbekistan. For example, this photo, it's white-headed duck, more than 20 duck for one day in fish nets were died. Oops. To work with a list of and count of that birds, we try to use different methods, not only survey observation, but we use humorous bone for analysis. Why we try to do this? Because, for example, with game species, with hunters, nobody wants to say which species they kill. But if we ask hunters to give us humorous bone, they think that we couldn't identify species, age, or sex, and they give it without any problem. Many times it were free without any money, but in 2004, 2006, we have World Bank grants to pay for hunting, for hunters. We were paid for hunters to collect the humorous bone. It was in Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan. So we collect the big data about illegal hunting in these countries. And that's some example. So you can show that humorous bone is tried specific for any species and any group of birds. So it's very easy to identify species. And if you have a good collection, like this was Dalmatian pelican, you can study age and sex population of these birds. So this table shows us some example of using birds in Uzbekistan, game species of birds. First column is quota number. This is how many birds were hunted using the questionnaires information, and this data of collecting humorous bone. If you saw, we collect just maybe 1.3, 1.9% of total number of quotas for game species. But in analysis, using the humorous bone, we show 33 species of birds, including species from red list and red list of Uzbekistan and IUCN red list. But if we use just questionnaires information or quota information, it just 32 species. And this result of list of game species in hunting in Uzbekistan. And you can see that it also has gray bastard, only what another ferruginous duck, and also just using this method we can find long-tailed duck in game species in Uzbekistan, because never any observation of this duck before. Also with lesser white-fronted goose. For example, use of analysis 30 humorous of goose in Uzbekistan in 2000, 2001, 2002. We found 6 examples of lesser white-fronted goose. And for ferruginous duck, it's quite common in hunting, in illegal hunting in Uzbekistan, because the hunting period start in middle of August, when this duck is migration from through Uzbekistan. So it's the first species in game in game species in August for our hunting. Another big problem, it was in all our post-Soviet Union countries, is illegal kill of birds of prey. It was a big government program in 1980, 1990 to kill, to illegal or legal kill of birds of prey. So in this table, you can see how many birds was killed in Soviet Union time, and this our own data when it's continued this program in independent state of country in Uzbekistan, for example, in Uzbekistan. Also, quite number of all species, including rare species like falcon, cycle falcon, peregrine falcon, lesser kestrel, and so. How I told, one more problem in Uzbekistan is illegal kill of birds in fish nets. Fish agriculture in Uzbekistan, now it's on the high level. All our wetlands, it's lake, marsh, and water reservoir take in rent for local people for catching fish. They use not quality of nets, they use plastic nets. Plastic nets, it's very bad for birds because they, for fishing, you just can use for one time, then it's broken, but they live in the water, and a lot of birds died in these nets. So, for example, how is it? It's white-headed duck. A lot of pelicans also died in Uzbekistan. And this some short information about counts of dead birds in fish nets. Next, illegal or legal birds mortality, it's wind farm. Very, very bad situation with this energy. Why? Because now in Uzbekistan we have 14 new projects for build wind farm, but all these projects work separate. No any complete information about its impact for bird fauna in Uzbekistan. And if you saw this map, all this wind farm project cross territory of Uzbekistan. They start on Ustyurt Plateau. 100 or 200 turbine in start working. But I think that in a few years it will be one of the main problems with birds mortality in Uzbekistan. And all what I saw before, mortality on the road, on the electric power line or illegal hunting, it was just less % of all that birds in Uzbekistan. Yeah. So thank you for attention.
Quite on time, and we have the next 25 minutes with Jeremy Baliu from Ornithological Society of Kyrgyzstan on threat assessment of power lines in Kyrgyzstan. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm not Kyrgyz, but I work for the Kyrgyz Ornithological Society. We changed our name recently from Ornithological Society to Ornithologia, the Kyrgyz Association for the Conservation of Biodiversity. I will not talk so much about the landscape of Kyrgyzstan because my colleagues from Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan already presented what was how Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan look like. Well, for Kyrgyzstan, it's the exact contrary. Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan are flat. Kyrgyzstan is a long series of mountain range, deep valleys, and it's, if I may, a geographical mess. So, just a few words on Ornithologia. We're quite new, on the contrary to my colleagues. We had a few gaps in Kyrgyzstan. We were created in 2020 as a birdwatching organization initially, and as we were birdwatching, slowly discovered a big need for conservation. We re-registered this year, and we have changed our name, changed our structure, and we have 4 main directions. One is research. We have a few research projects on the little bustard, the strepid. We are very happy to know that it's back in our country. We are studying migratory routes of passerines, trying to understand if they are flying east, west, south, and what they're doing that. Quite like the humerus sampling, because we are doing something a bit similar with our passerines. We are developing a few micro-reserves in wetlands, community-led, especially around the lake of School, which is a hotspot for migratory birds. For wintering birds, we have a big issue in Kyrgyzstan, which is that we don't know much what's happening when it comes to bird life. We have probably 20 people watching birds, 5 tend to share their data, and we are trying to change that by engaging with people. And one of the things we're doing is trying to popularize the use of apps such as Merlin and eBirds. And by doing that, we are translating the apps into Kyrgyz. And we are already seeing for the use of Merlin quite a sharp increase, which is quite nice because we start having a few more ideas on what's happening in a few places. And because conservation of species cannot go without addressing the question of the relation of communities to the environment, we have a strong component of sustainable development. And one part of it is, of course, the development of ecotourism activities. We started looking into power lines a year ago, since it's one of the main factors of deaths for birds worldwide, we wanted to understand a bit better what's happening in Kyrgyzstan. And spoiler, it's difficult in a country that has a lot of mountains. That's a few of our activities in wetlands with communities, building nest boxes and things like that. These are bird counts in wetlands and mountains, trying to understand a bit better what's happening. And yeah, borderlines. We got a small grant from the Ornithological Society of the Middle East Central Asia. Cases OSMI, the duration we started that project in January. Well, the dates are totally misleading because we are here for the long run at addressing the question will probably take 20 years. And we have 3 aims through that. The first is to evaluate the threats posed by borderlines in 2 IBAs located near wetlands and lakes. As my colleagues from Kazakhstan said, borderlines near water bodies are extremely dangerous, so we're checking that. The second is capacity building. If we want to extend the monitoring across the country, we need to have teams of people who are able to do monitoring. So basically, we are sending them to the field with a few trained people, and they are learning the skill. It's not that difficult, but still needs to take people a bit by the end. For that, at the beginning at least. And the last question is, in a country that is not really caring about bird life, is how do we develop a strategy and a policy that we can present to stakeholders, so governments, borderline companies, but also communities, and international donors and partners, so that we can build a plan and a strategy on the short, mid, and long term to address that question. And as I said, Kyrgyzstan being a mountainous country, we cannot necessarily approach the question of borderlines with lines of 20, 30, 50 kilometers. We might need to have a different approach. So first are 2 IBAs. The first IBA we're checking is the Western Issyk-Kul Lake IBA. Issyk-Kul is a very important spot for wintering birds. We have like tens of thousands of water birds that are wintering here. Basically it's the first large water body that doesn't freeze in winter when you come from the north. So geese, ducks, everything crushes there. It's also at the arrival of a few migratory corridors in the mountains. And it's a mixture of marshlands. You can see on the satellite map here. All of that is basically swamps, deserts, a few hills, fields, and the development of industries, which is creating some trouble because of borderlines. What do we have? About 230 species of birds, including endangered species. We have a few steppe eagles passing, a few pelicans time to time. And for what's interesting to us, it's a very big concentration of vultures and mid-sized bird of prey in winter. In that small area of this IBA, if you spend a day there, you can see up to 50, 60, 70 vultures in one day. The main reason being that all the livestock goes down the mountain, the food is there. We are checking 2 power lines. One is 110 kilowatts, another one is 50 kilowatts. We had the first survey in February. We had a few more surveys in March and April for one day. We surveyed 30 kilometers of power line, and the good news is we didn't find any trace of any casualty under those lines. So when we say no trace, it's like not even a boom, not even a piece of pepper, nothing. Like we walked under them and we didn't find anything. That doesn't mean that there are no casualties. We know that there are a lot of jackals, a lot of dogs around, so the carcasses could be moved around, it's possible. But it was kind of a good surprise for now, and we need to continue that monitoring, that survey, because as you see, the structure of the power lines is pretty dangerous. It's pretty terrible, actually. We also talked to local communities and shepherds, asking them if they had witnessed any sorts of electrocution, apart from a few pigeons and crows in villages. Nothing was reported to us. Again, that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, but it was an indication that the mortality is probably much smaller than that in Kazakhstan or in Uzbekistan. Or we don't have 300 Saker falcon dead on one line. So that was pretty reassuring, but we're going to continue the surveys in autumn when the bird population are at the highest. The other IBA is the water reservation of the Tree Valley. So North Kyrgyzstan, this is Bishkek, the capital, and this area is basically composed of a few large reservoirs, a lot of fish ponds, agricultural fields, small villages, and it's a massive crisscross of power lines. The reason why we chose that place and not further west from Bishkek, which is much more the corridor of migration, is because we already have quite a few data and observations on electrocutions and collisions. It's the place that is the most covered by bird watchers, so we are building that database already of casualties there. 230 species, more or less, that we estimate as a few hundred of species passing over the area. It's a great spot for white-tailed eagle in winter. Mistake on that time, we are 85 in winter in a very small area, actually, so it's important. Dalmatian pelicans, always a few every year. And of course, white-headed ducks that might like a few ponds there. The interesting place with this place is that this IBA is quite representative of the landscape in the Tree Valley. So we think that by having a systematic monitoring of the power lines in that specific area, we would have a rough idea of what's happening in the rest of the valley. Again, different lines, 110 kilowatts and 50 kilowatt and below. This is how it looks like. Those are the big lines. They are pretty hazardous in winter, autumn, and spring when there is fog, and there is a lot of fog in this place. And this is how it looks like for the small power lines with small fish ponds, small dikes, a line on the top, and the birds flying right above the dike, straight into the power line. So this is just a small excerpt of the database. Long-legged buzzards, a few eastern buzzards. There was an upland buzzard, Caspian gull, black tern, common tern, mallards. A colleague told me last night that actually we had not entered yet in the database 17 red-crested pochets. Quite a few things that are just reported to us by the amateur bird watchers going there on a regular basis. The fishermen and the tenants of the fish ponds are also telling us that there are a lot of birds that are dying there, eaten directly by dogs, and also removing the carcasses. So we think that the mortality is actually very high. We had the first part of that survey taking part in February and April. We checked that 110 kilowatt line for 10 kilometers. We didn't find much casualties actually under the line, a few, but 12 actually like carcasses, but a lot of nests on top of them, which was really interesting, I have to say. And we will resume that survey in autumn. The other thing that we will do in autumn is check about 20 kilometers of power lines that are quite small, located near fish ponds, and we'll have experiment for every week for 2 months. So our team will have the time to get cold and gather some qualitative and quantitative data under those lines. Oh, that was the flat part of the country. Now we're moving to the mountains. This is the typical landscape of Kyrgyzstan. High mountain pass, I take these photos because we have power lines near these places. High mountain pass that is connecting the eastern part of the country. We are 3,800 meters here. We have a very nasty power line located here. It's Chornashu Pass. This is the Konorchek Canyon. We have a massive power line that was built there. Officially, no damages for birds in the environmental impact assessment. And officially, we doubt seriously of those results. And this is the central of the country, Kukumaran Valley. Again, a very large power line here. The issue with this kind of landscape is like it's pretty hard to walk under these lines. Have done a river crossing, we can wade in a river, but there are limits to what we can do. So how do we approach that? We fly drones. We could fly drones. We don't have the money for the drones, but if we find the money, that will be much easier. So let's go back to the basics with Kyrgyzstan. 95 mountains, as I said, 95% of the mountains, as I said, are crisscross. And the thing is, we don't know anything about bird life there. We know what the species are, thanks to a century of ornithology. We have like several projects here and there, studying a few locations, a few species. We have a winter bird counts on Sikun Lake. This is the closest that we get in terms of population and population trends. And worst of all, we don't understand the migratory patterns. We don't know which valley they take at what time of the year, and that's especially accurate for endangered species. As I said, probably like a few hundred steppe and imperial eagles crossing through the country. How, where do they stop? We have no clue. When we have observations of endangered species, it's always incidental. There are a few spots where we know that the white-headed ducks are wintering, so nice, we check them. But having a general and whole picture of what is happening in the country and what are the important spots that we are missing for the time being. So, sorry, I should have put that map at the beginning. That would have been way more helpful. So in what we know, however, is that the migration is doing a loop through Kyrgyzstan. The spring migration tend to circumvent the mountain like this, or like this, that we don't care, it's Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. The autumn migration, however, especially for small raptors, but also for cranes and a few other species, especially the geese, doing like this and like this. So monitoring these places is pretty difficult. It's difficult to access. It's very expensive to access. And we are not exactly sure how they do that. So what we are planning to do next for the coming few years and how we are going to build our approach, first is to understand a bit better the migratory patterns, especially of the species that are vulnerable to power lines. I mean, they are all vulnerable, but when you have an endangered species, it's more acute. So how do they fly? Where they fly? Based on that, we have a few vulnerable spots in the country that we will check more closely, and we'll overlay that with the energy infrastructures and the projects that we are learning on. Of course, we kind of know what are the critical points. Like we can guess them, but having a properly structured approach will help us convince stakeholders, because right now when we talk about that to some state authorities or power line companies and tell them like, but look at Mongolia and look at Kazakhstan, like, the results are terrible. And they tell us, yes, but it's Mongolia and Kazakhstan. Might be different in Kyrgyzstan. So we need to come with some proper evidence, a proper study to be able to convince them that there's something that needs to be done, especially when we're talking about a lot of money for improving or mitigating the risk. The other thing that we are going to superpose this study with, like to correlate this study with, is where there are projects of wind farms, as Michael was mentioning. There are a lot of projects being in development. Kyrgyzstan is a very windy place. It tends to be in places where birds are flying through, and we are suspecting that the study on the impact on the birds is not going to be done necessarily, or if done, not too much. And then the last point is, once we will have identified these few spots in the countries, we hope not too many spots. It's of course to go have a look there and resume the monitoring of and the survey of those power lines. Yes, so that's basically almost it. We are basically trying to touch a bit in all directions, trying to understand what works best, what fits best in the geographical characteristic of the country, and what fits best also for the species. Of course, we have one species that is quite important to us also, it's the Egyptian vulture, that is going down through the Fergana Valley. If I go back to the map, doing like this, going up, breeding up to approximately here. And these vultures have a tendency to like climb up the Fergana Valley, so the Narin River and the Sirdarya, really low in altitude. It's where the power lines are being built. So we have to understand a bit better how these guys fly. And yes, and I think that's it. Yes. Thank you.
Jeremy, that was very interesting, quite unveiling. I think we already see like what vast differences there are between these countries, but also like what common areas there are, and we can really catch on that. And now, and hopefully it works. We fly from the Central Asian part of the Central Asian Flyway to the southern part to India. We have the next speaker, which is Dr. Ramesh Kumar, on impact of energy infrastructures and illegal killing on birds along the Central Asian Flyway. We focus on the Indian scenario, and I think we have it recorded. Okay, so a recorded presentation from India.
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Ramesh from Bombay. Natural History Society India. I thank Hanns Seidel Foundation for inviting me here. Today I'll talk about the impact of renewable energy infrastructures and illegal killing and trade on bird populations in Central Asian Flyway, with a special focus on India. So let's go to the presentation. Yes, I think now you all can see the presentation. Yeah. So let's first see about the energy infrastructure. So we all know that this non-conventional form of energy generation, like thermal power, coal power, all add to the global warming by producing greenhouse gases. For this reason, in recent years, in over last 2 decades, this renewable energy production is promoted by several governments, and even in Central Asian Flyway region also, most of the countries, they promote this renewable energy in a big way. So this is the renewable energy status in India. As you can see, almost about 40% of energy is currently being generated through renewable energy sources, and it's keep on increasing every year. There is addition to this renewable energy energy generation, and these are some major forms of renewable energy sources like wind, solar, small hydroelectric powers, also this bio energy. So in most of the countries of Central Asian Flyway region is also increasing their renewable energy production. As you can see from this map, this is the wind speed, wind energy potential, we can say. So here, if you can see, there is the red color is high wind speed and blue color is low wind speed, and you can see mostly, optimal, wind speed at the Central Asian Flyway region. So wind energy is one of the major, renewable energy sources. Being tapped, largely. So in India, the western part of the country and also in southern part of the country, we have a huge, wind energy potential, and it's being tapped very well. And India is the fourth largest country in wind energy, and also in the renewable energy as a whole. India is leading. I think it's in the fourth position. There are wind energy potential offshore. Wind energy potential also there, especially in Gulf of Kutch and Gulf of Mannar. Both of these are crucial site for the migratory birds, especially the shore birds. And this wind energy or solar energy, these energies, since occupies large area of certain unit generation. There are associated power lines to transmit the power from the source of generation to the grid system. So new power lines are also being installed in several places, which also include some crucial bird habitats. As you can see from this map, it's full of power lines, mainly transmission lines and also the distribution lines. Here comes the question whether renewable energy is truly green or it has some negative side also. If you are following this issue closely, there are several reports of negative impacts of this renewable energy on wildlife, on wildlife habitats, especially on birds and also in bats. So this is a small video. A vulture is flying close to the turbines, rotating wind turbines. Yeah. So yes. As you have seen, this bird pollution with the rotating, wind turbine is a major issue with this wind energy. There are some issues with the solar energies also, like habitat loss and all. But bird collision is one of the known direct impact on the bird population. So there are several reports from US, also from European countries. In the Central Asian Flyway region, especially the southern part of the flyway, like India and Central Asian countries, there are not much of published information available. There are some reports, but not extensive studies has been conducted in field. So these pictures are from western part of India, that is in Gujarat. It's part of my it was part of my PhD study. So I had come across some mortalities, mainly raptors, some of the water birds also, like painted straw, black crown, night heron. Also some of the land birds like ragdow, Eurasian colour, also black drongo, all these species. So this is from one study, and in the recent years there are few other studies from India, which also almost similar, saying raptors is commonly affected in all the areas. Apart from raptors, there are some water bird collisions in the area, but the numbers are not very high, maybe due to several biases, several bias during the survey. There are scavenger removal bias is there, searcher efficiency bias is there. So if you calculate, if you incorporate those biases in your results, there will be we can come with some rough estimates of mortalities, which will be more than the actual mortalities. The thing is, the species getting affected, like raptors, even steppe eagle also was found there. So this kind of, when the raptors are getting affected, as you know, like long living species and which produces limited number of offsprings can for those species this kind of impacts can have very long lasting effects. And the other major impact of this wind energy and also the power line is displacement of birds and habitat loss. That is, even in my PhD study, I found that several species of songbirds was avoiding the wind farm area. Even though if it is there, the density of that songbirds are very less compared to the other adjacent areas, control areas. But when these wind turbines are installed in habitats of some critical species like great Indian bustard, which is critically endangered and hardly 150 individual left in the world. So these kind of already there are encroachments and agriculture intensifications, or there are several threats to these kind of species. This adds immense pressure again to the species. So displacement of this kind of species will have a very significant effect on its population itself. And the third one is barrier effect. It's nothing but almost like a displacement. But when for the migratory birds, in this picture you can see all these red dots are turbines, wind turbines. All these black lines are the movement of birds tracked in radar. So as you can clearly see, birds they generally tend to avoid these tall structures, rotating structures. So they have to fly around these wind farms, large wind farms. So if these large wind farms are being installed in this kind of migratory bottleneck sites, the birds have to maybe they have to take a longer route to reach the wintering ground or to the breeding ground. So it will ultimately have some effect on the population. So these are the major impacts of the wind turbine. And power line also, this is a picture from Gujarat again, from India. There are, as we were saying, because of mushrooming of these wind turbines and solar, and there are a lot of power lines crossing the waterbird habitat. So there are a lot of collisions, flamingos, also some of the migratory bird species has also been reported in collision. So here I have tried to collect the information available in India with respect to the collision with the power lines. It's not complete, it's not exhaustive, but it's just indicative. I will try to collect from the public the information from articles and grey literature, also from some news reports, but there are maybe some unreported and reports unreported collisions also maybe there. It's just indicative results. So it's one alarm thing is that most of the some large proportion of the birds are either it's globally near threatened or a globally threatened species. So these are the species which had a maximum number of mortalities, like Indian peafowl, greater flamingo, species like Sarus crane, Himalayan griffon, steppe eagle, Egyptian vulture. So there are a lot of raptors and waterbird, but equally there are passerines. Most of the time it goes unreported because these large birds always get attention of the local people, and it's get published in local newspaper. So that was about India, and for the CAF as a flyway, again there are some collected information available from the Central Asian Flyway situation analysis by BirdLife International, which was recently launched in 2023. It also says mainly raptors and waterbirds are prone to collision, electrocution also, mainly raptors and waterbirds. With wind turbine, again, raptors are more prone to collision with wind turbines. And as I was saying, this issue is very common. I know of Kazakhstan collision of eagle, steppe eagle with power lines are being reported. And it's almost common in most of the Central Asian Flyway countries. And these are some of the species, as I was saying, great Indian bustard is a critically endangered species. Similarly, lesser florican, Bengal florican from India, and there are other bustard species. These are some of the key species, but there are several species which are being affected by the renewable energy. There are several mitigation measures being taken, but some may work for some species, some may work for some locations, but still, R&D is taking place. They are trying to come up with bladeless turbines. But as of now, that the impact is continuing. There are international collaborations like Energy Task Force of CMS, which try to identify these issues, key areas, and try to work out to bring down the mortalities and displacement. And this particular tool, AVSEP, it's an online tool, freely available tool developed by BirdLife International, which directs the wind energy developer or the solar energy developers to select a location where the bird sensitivity is less. It's the whole map is prepared based on the bird sensitivity, the presence of vulnerable species. That means vulnerable to pollution and the development of power line and other structures. So presence of those kind of species also incorporates land cover, land use data, and some of the other protected areas, IBAs. All these are incorporated. Probably if there is a time we can demonstrate this tool. It's a very useful tool for even from developers, also the solar energy developers. Okay, I think time is running short. So the next topic is illegal killing and mainly trade in Central Asian Flyway region, especially from India. So this is again from the Central Asian Flyway situation analysis report by BirdLife. So there are illegal killing happening across the flyway. Maybe some countries are exceptional. Maybe like my colleagues were saying, in Sri Lanka there is not much report of illegal killing because of their cultural things and all. But in other countries, illegal or legal hunting is happening. So there are not much of estimation done. So this is a rough estimation. Around 7 million birds killed every year in the flyway region. But this is, I think, again a very limited estimation. Probably more number of birds getting killed. Yeah, both migratory and resident birds are prone to this trade, and for mainly people kill it for food, also for the other purposes. It varies to region to region. Yes, there are different modern methods like air guns, shotguns, and establishing artificial water bodies to attract wetlands. So these kind of modern methods increases the intensity of is illegal hunting, and there are there are legal systems in the in each country, but there are areas, especially in India, in some of the regions are the implementation of the legal framework is poor. So in those kind of area, this illegal killing is happening frequently. And these are again some birds like passerine, water birds, game birds, raptors, including some of the this social development critically endangered species are killed. This is from Arabian region, from a report. Yes, this almost all kind of species are killed for different purposes, for food, for just for superstition belief, and for persecution, and for trade. So these are the legislation available in the Central Asian Flyway region. You can see is national legislation for many countries. It is yes. For some countries, some of the Central Asian Flyway countries, there is still lack of legislation. But some countries where they have the legislation, the implementation on enforcement on the ground, it's lacking for most of the countries. Some countries, in some areas it's there, some areas it's still lacking. So this is a status in India. So India has been a major export of birds historically. There are over, in 80s, 70s, 80s, 1.3 million birds per year. But in 1991, an amendment to this Wildlife Protection Act has happened. So this says, all the bird species, almost all bird species are prohibited, for killing or trade or any sort of this thing. So it's completely protected by law. but implementation to certain regions is less. Even in some of the major cities also, this illegal hunting is happening. There are, departments, forest department and other departments trying to enforce the law, but still there are a lot of gaps. Mainly species like owls, hornbills, munias, vultures, francolins, quails are taken it for food trade and other purposes. So these are some of the recommendations suggested in the State of India's Birds 2023 recently launched, where I was also part of the team. So it says understanding the local, cultural and local people's value, because it varies within a country, within a state, it varies from area to area. So understanding this issue is a very crucial. Also, awareness, generating awareness among the pet owners also can, regulate or moderate the trade of the bird species. And of course, there is a lack of studies in Indian context. There is very few reports available. So regarding the culture, which I was just mentioning, this is a case study from India where I was also involved in the study. It's from Nagaland, the northeastern state of India, where all the forest belongs to the communities, not to the government. It may be true with many of the Central Asian Flyway region country, maybe some of the Southeast Asian countries also. The people are indigenous communities. They have been depending on the forest products, especially harvesting and all those things was happening. But recently they tried to, sell it in markets and try to make money out of, these hunting. So that has, increased the incidence of killing. This is from a market survey. You can see there are different type of species are being, sold in the market. If you go to the forest, it's very hard to see bird. But if you come to this, particular market in the Tinzang area, you can see different species of birds in the market. So again, community conservation, involving the communities is the only way out in this situation, because of the political situation here, the local, the Indian national law is poorly implemented. Even though in the areas where it's implemented, it's again a problem. So involving communities in conservation is one of the key things for many of the Central Asian Flyway area. And these are some of the existing international framework. There are East Asian Australasian Flyway Task Force. There is a Mediterranean task force, and for South Asia there is a South Asia Wildlife Enforcement Network, which deals with other taxa also, not just birds. But again, it needs to be strengthened to have a more information on migratory species, how best we can manage the killing and trade of these migratory species goes. So there are some existing framework, but we need to strengthen these efforts. So this is about the two topics. If you have any questions, probably we can take it at the end. Thank you.
Questions from in here. We're already 5 to 12, but we can extend until 12:15. So we have around 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes for questions and answers. So please go ahead and address your questions.
For the first two presentations, maybe you did a really great work on engaging the community, engaging the customs, engaging the hunters, etc. My question is, do you have also results? Or is it too early to say? So results in the, not we talk to so many hunters or so, but you have turnarounds for birds. Can you already, for some birds, say we already see that was helpful and we see an increase in the bird, or is it too early for that?
We're talking about, for example,
I think you need
Exactly, we can pass the forward. This is the speaker.
if we're talking about, for example, working with the law enforcement agencies, for example, yeah, of course, it's not like you can see just immediately that impact, but of course, we have that impact.
especially because in Kazakhstan, I don't know how in other countries, that like illegal like wildlife trade is not like priority for some law enforcement because they have like drugs and people trade and other like weapon or something like this. But of course, I can say that it's improved control, and also we can see that. Exchange between like some governmental agencies and also with the expert exchange, even like with a Central Asian country, for example, because one of the biggest like project is like Central Asian projects is not like just only for Kazakhstan. So, for example, if we like see something happen, for example, in Kyrgyzstan, for example, some trade to Kazakhstan, sometime we can like communicate with each expert. Exchange data, maybe not like operative sometimes, but at the same time we can see what's happening. And also, yeah, of course, if we're talking about, for example, our with the academic law enforcement agencies, for example, we can see that capacity of that workers, that officer is improved, it's more sustainable now because before we had just some random like training, but now it's more comprehensive, more like sustainable. So yeah, it's also not only about, because sometimes if we're talking about not birds, but maybe some saiga, it's mostly like organized crime group, and it's impossible just like one like police, for example, officer just stop that, but it's like needs some collaborate with the other, so it's of course improved. And sometimes it's dangerous for just original like ranger, for example, and that forces support, it's improved that capacity. But if we're talking about community, I think we can also say that, for example, saiga, you know that even the birds like population increased because people like know that it's under criminal code, and like also if we're talking about bird watching, yeah, it's also like situation also I think improved because more people want to involve for that, engage.
We have any other comments? For Uzbek, just started to understanding, and the main reason that the government start to hear us, start to ask a lot of questions how we can change this situation. So Uzbekistan now we can say that it's first good step for protecting birds.
I didn't speak about it for Kyrgyzstan because this is not our first focus, but we are looking at our colleagues at there. When it comes to illegal taking, you have the community-based taking, like that is like very local, and that can be addressed quite, well, I would say easily, but it's not that easy, of course. And where results can be seen. However, I think it's the same for Kazakhstan, and as you were saying, Madina, like there are transnational networks that are at play, and sometimes they are very institutionalized. For Kyrgyzstan, for example, we have a breeding center for falcon and a training center. Which is quite an interesting place. It's supposed to be a breeding center, and there are a lot of suspicion that this place could be actually, I was going to say money laundering, but a bird laundering center where you come with the documents for one bird and you leave with that. This center cannot be like, it's something that we cannot address as like civil society. It's something that has been that has to be addressed at the government level at that stage. And whatever effort we will do in that direction, it will take like ages and a massive change of mentality before we have any results on that.
Also, I want to say that we have that kind of also very strange, like they legally trade something, but it's also like some suspicious from, for example, like this scientific body, and it was like opportunity. Now they can have opportunity to share with the law enforcement agencies easily, who can like investigate like how it's happening, because sometimes scientific workers they can't do that because they are like specific like scientific work, and but law enforcement are like, okay, you can send us and we can try to like investigate and understand what's happening, because it's like it's legal, but it's sometimes overlap legal. Yeah, right.
But also for falconry, for legal trade in falconry in our country, very interesting that now between government of Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan, it's agreement, and the scientific body of scientists convention come to each country. For example, we found illegal group of falcons in Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, specialists come to Kyrgyzstan to what's going on.
You have to be careful with your microphones because the online participants will hear it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so it's a new relationship between our country for all falcon trades. That's also good.
So maybe any comment from Mongolia on that issue, because like something like that, like a center or something like where law enforcement and experts meet. I'm not aware of that in Mongolia, because we work with law enforcement, and I don't think like that there is like something like a training center for ecology or biodiversity or hunting or something. Any knowledge about that in Mongolia?
Okay, I can comment.
Maybe you can comment. Yeah.
Is it okay that people can hear me? Okay. Okay.
Maybe you can also introduce yourself.
Sure, yeah, I'm Tunga from Zoological Society Lodging, like in short, Compass. We've been doing this illegal wildlife trade projects like since 2015, basically. So regarding that question, like how in Mongolia all these things runs, is like my understanding is that all the conservation organizations individually do that. Of course, among the government organizations, like recently, 2020, ecological police was established. And then they do have quite large social media, the awareness kind of team. And especially their social media component is very strong. Like it's very popular among Mongolian public. So that's the major kind of tool to really kind of raise awareness among the Mongolians about the biological species and then protection status, environmental kind of friendly behavior, illegal trade, and all that stuff, including the birds. Especially in Mongolia, it's popular that the Dalmatian pelican is used for this fast horse, Yeah. So otherwise, like mostly INGOs and national NGOs, like us or like the Wildlife Science and Conservation Center, etc. These organizations are doing all the training, public awareness in their respective sites. But otherwise, we don't have like any specific center that running really like integrated educational kind of thing. Mongolia is a huge country, so I guess it's impossible. So it's better that each organization is doing all this public awareness, capacity building thing in their own sites. Yes.
I guess it's more informal. I mean, it's a big country, but a small society. So like it's one quite informal. That's my experience.
Right.
Any other comments?
Maybe I can add something.
Sure, yes.
Can you also introduce?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Bayar Dashpur. So I'm from Mongolia. So I'm doing my PhD in Germany in environmental law, basically. but it's been a while. I'm engaging with the wildlife laws, but based on my experience, I can add something in addition to her comments. So I've done my field work in Gobi region. So when I was reviewing court cases, there were several cases came across, and one of which was wildlife trade. But I found it very interesting because the prosecutors or investigators, they're doing two different ways. One is illegal hunting, the other was other one was transporting illegally over border. I don't know what was the legal term, but I forgot. So because of that, there was a huge gap. So I think it became like prosecutor's discretion what to prosecute the violators of because the wildlife hunting is higher sanctions, and the other one is like legally transporting wildlife over the border is lesser sanctions. So there was a big, I don't know where, do you guys find the similarities between, I'm not sure, because between these countries, and prosecutor has a choices between these the crimes. Yeah, it was very interesting because it was the first time I'm actually listening to wildlife trade and the bird. Thank you so much.
I think with your background, I thought that this workshop will be very, very interesting. I also worked since 2.5 years on this legal issues here in Mongolia, and I think we can learn a lot here. And I heard there's one more question from Nyamba. Yeah. Is the question?
Yeah. It was not a question. I was just going to answer, but Tonga from Zoological Society of London basically just told everything I wanted to inform you. So no more things.
Okay. Do you have any other questions or comments?
We are also started first our project started it's comment in forest and wildlife, but we decided that after some years we understand that maybe that it's very hard to like do an NGO. It's hard for you, like you don't know like some process how it's.
For example, a protocol was filled, for example, some specific like law enforcement agencies, like
procedures, for example. So only law enforcement agencies know that.
And also we started working, when we started work with with academies that law enforcement, they are trained whole law enforcement, different type of law enforcement, and they know better that situation, but maybe they work more only like with a drug, for example, with like other like crime, but they started just like include for that program wildlife.
Yeah.
So it's we
receive more like effect. It's more effective because it's more like personal change, for example, officer change, but they are another people come and they are also trained, and it's effect of that impact is much better, as we understand. Yeah,
it's very interesting.
I have one question.
Yeah. One second, because I think in Mongolia we have that problem. Like we train the officers, but they change, right? You might have a guideline, but the guideline is forgotten or something. That's the question. Like, how can you like establish that longer? And yeah, maybe Nyamba, you can comment as well.
That's exactly the same problem we have. It's we've been involved and trained in many law enforcement this kind of trainings, but every time we do, we always see new people, and then there is really this connection between these people, and even it's just one same organization. So this is something really needs to be solved within the law enforcement agencies. Otherwise, we can organize lots of good, useful trainings every year, but if they keep changing or if they do not keep this consistency, then all this training will be not very effective. So this has to be really thinking carefully. I have one question for my for Kazakhstan colleagues. Do Do you know any activities or joint activities, joint cooperation among border agencies between Kazakhstan and Bayingulgi in West Mongolia? The reason I'm asking is we have several species, Bayingulgi, which is Western Mongolia, and it's the same Kazakh people live. And one of the issues we have wild bird trade is this is becoming one of the trade routes for several species in both ways, like a pelican beaks being imported from Kazakhstan through Bayingulgi, and then eagle owls and sacred falcons also smuggled from Bayingulgi through Kazakhstan, through Russia, and really I'm really curious about situations on the Kazakhstan side. If you don't know, that's okay, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm like quite sure that we never had that kind of but because we as I know, we are like have some border with Russia, but not same border with Mongolia, but it's very close, but not border. Yeah, and we are quite have a lot of like cooperation with the Kyrgyz, with the Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, but mostly with the Kyrgyzstan. But with Mongolia never had, as I know. But I can check with some law enforcement agencies. But in wildlife trade, never, I think. But we had like some ranger experience, change experience with rangers in Mongolia and Kazakhstan in steppe area, mostly like related to taiga conservation. But I think we are quite open.
That is the same situation.
Yeah. And we're quite open to maybe collaborate after that meeting and maybe find some hot same problem that we can also cooperate. Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Tomorrow we are also in Bayingulgi, so maybe more we are there. We don't have much time. So I would say
excuse me, can I make a comment? This is Ramesh from online.
Ramesh, if you want to say some comments, we very much enjoyed your presentation.
Yes. Just I want to thank Hanns Seidel Foundation, and I see a very good opportunity to know the Central Asian Flyway countries to work together and share information and learn from the best practice experiences and how best we can adapt learnings from the other countries. So I see a very good opportunity, especially working on the energy infrastructure issues and also to the illegal killing and trade. I think this is the one best workshop initiated by Hanns Seidel Foundation. I hope there are future workshops and future collaborations between the countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The countries of the Central Asian Flyway. I think many of our colleagues in Mongolia, in Uzbekistan, in Kyrgyzstan, they are also here. So very happy to meet everybody. My name is Ding Li, and I am based at the Singapore office of the BirdLife International Secretariat here in Asia. And I'm very grateful to my colleagues at Hanns Seidel and WSCC Mongolia for inviting me to share a little bit of our work in Southeast Asia and South Asia with you to address the trade, take, and the hunting of birds across our region. So just to give you a little bit of background, I tend to spend a lot of my time working on Southeast Asia. So a lot of what you will see on your slides here would have a particularly strong Southeast Asian angle. But as many of us know very well, Southeast Asia is the wintering ground of many of the migratory birds that breed in Northeast Asia and in Central Asia. And so there's a lot of migratory and ecological connectivity between your region and our part of the world, which is mostly tropical or subtropical. Many of the water birds that you have that breed across the steppe biome would eventually find their way here to Southeast Asia. Species like various plovers, shorebirds, and even duck species. I tend to work a little bit more on the East Asian Oscillation Flyway, as many of you would already know. And some of you who are not so familiar with this flyway, you know that this flyway is a very species-rich flyway. It's a green flyway that you can see on this map that I took out from a report by the International Weather Study Group published several years ago. So that's the East Asian Australasian Flyway, and it has quite a little bit of overlap with the Central Asian Flyway, as you can also see on the map. Because many species that migrate in this flyway are also species that are effectively shared with the Central Asian Flyway. In fact, a lot of zoologists and researchers, we know that the boundary between the Central Asian Flyway and the East Asian Flyway is not that clear. It could be that somewhere across the Tibetan Plateau and across some parts of the Indian subcontinent, especially in eastern India or Bangladesh. It's a very biologically diverse flyway. As we all know, it's covered with so many different kinds of biomes and ecosystems. And if you look at many of these reports, it is said that our flyway here, the East Asian Australasian Flyway, is used by approximately 50 million waterbirds. So even though I think most of us, we will never know the real answer because these numbers are changing all the time. But in terms of species richness, the East Asian Flyway is extremely rich. We all know for sure that there are lots of waterbirds, 200 species and populations of waterbirds alone. I'm not even talking about passerine landbirds and raptors and other family groups. But overall, we are talking about 500 to 600 species of birds using this flyway. But at the same time, this flyway, the East Asian Australasian Flyway, is also a highly severely threatened flyway. Those of you who attend meetings at the EAFP COP, you will know that many of these conservation issues are constantly being looked into by many teams across Asia. In this flyway, over 60 species of migratory birds, all including passerines and waterbirds and other groups. We have the most number of threatened species of any flyway. It's nothing to be proud of. It just means that we have a lot of conservation issue here that we are trying to address. And the data that's coming in from all regions of Asia is beginning to show that actually a lot of bird species in the East Asian Australasian Flyway, shorebirds, passerines are in decline. This is a very famous study. I think many of us working on shorebirds, we know. And this study came from Australia, where many of our Australian colleagues have been collecting lots of data of shorebirds in the northern parts of the country. Many of the shorebirds in Australia are in decline, and particularly for species that are using the Yellow Sea Bohai region as a staging site. So this is very concerning for conservationists like us working on migratory birds. More recently, studies from our colleagues, my colleagues from Korea, ROK, and Japan are also showing very similar patterns for passerine birds. Many common species of passerine birds across the Japanese archipelago and the Korean peninsula are in decline. Species that some of you may even have handled yourself, species like the black-capped kingfisher, is one of the fastest declining species of land bird in the East Asian Australasian Flyway, on top of species that we all know very well, like the various species of buntings, best headlined by the yellow-breasted bunting. One of the biggest threats to wild birds in the East Asian Australasian Flyway is the issue of hunting. And hunting, of course, is a very complex issue. There's a complexity arising from the legality of hunting, partly because so many different countries in Asia have very differing laws that may not necessarily be consistent with each other. You may have species that are protected in some countries in Asia and species that are not protected in other countries in Asia. So there's a lot of issues with regard to legality, but more importantly, there's also an issue on the sustainability of hunting happening here in Asia. I think there was a study that was published just a couple of years ago by one of my colleagues working on East Asian Australasian Flyway shorebirds that shows that the level of take, at least based on what is known, what is modeled from studies available from Russia, is not sustainable, and over the long term is likely to drive the decline of those birds. But within the wider complication of the hunting issue, other newer issues are also emerging. And one of the most pressing issues that many conservationists like us are dealing with is the issue of nets, especially very cheaply available mist nets that are now easily bought off social media across many countries of Southeast Asia. So many field workers like us working anywhere in the wetlands between Cambodia, Vietnam to southern China, we know that nets are frequently used to trap birds for a variety of uses, most often for food. But sometimes these mist nets are also used in a way whereby they are designed to keep pest birds out of places that are used for aquaculture and agriculture. So a lot of studies have been written on the issue of hunting and its impact on bird populations in this East Asian Australasian Flyway. I think this is a paper that I've just mentioned earlier on. Recently, there's also more and more studies coming out from Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is one of those big data and knowledge gaps that we have, but more and more of my colleagues are working to understand how mist nets, for example, are impacting bird populations in agricultural landscapes. And agricultural landscapes are really complex landscapes because these are active production landscapes, and it's really difficult for enforcement to go into these landscapes and check whether illegal hunting is taking place. But one major study that I wanted to draw your attention to is a study that was done in Thailand that covered a very large area, I think a landscape of about 30,000 kilometers square of rice fields done by my friends in Thailand. And they found that mist nets were really widely used and was causing a lot of collateral damage to wild bird populations that are using agricultural landscapes. The problem is complicated by the fact that even though the mist nets were designed to keep out pests, local people also harvest incidentally the birds that are killed in these mist nets for food. So it's not a very straightforward problem. So there's a lot of illegal hunting going on in the flyway. Many years ago, we also put together a small paper that looked at what available information was out there for Southeast Asia. This is one of the studies that I was able to lead back just before the days right before the pandemic. We did multiple consistent market surveys across different cities of Southeast Asia. So I ran this project from 2019 to 2021. And at this project, we were able to mobilize teams of ornithologists, people who were familiar with birds, and people who were familiar with markets at the same time, to visit markets within a window of about 3 to 5 months to see what is being sold in the markets of Cambodia, Laos PDR, Myanmar, and Vietnam. And in many cases, most of these markets we were able to visit, we also found evidence of waterbird hunting. So this study, even though it was done over a very short time frame, it showed us that actually the problem of illegal and possibly unsustainable hunting is very widespread across Southeast Asia. I earlier showed you the study that looked at mist nets, and that study actually focused more strongly on the issue of bycatch. And again, it demonstrates the scale. I think what is worrying for us conservationists is the scale of this happening across agricultural landscapes, the number of species, the number of individuals or species that are being killed every year, and what kinds of impacts it will have on wild bird population. So this is from the same paper you saw earlier, Anq et al. 2022. Is published in Conservation Science and Practice. So as a result of what we are seeing, what all our colleagues across the flyway were seeing, East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership convened together with the Convention on Migratory Species, a special task force to look more closely at the issue. This photograph was taken from 2018 when we had the EAAFP mob back in China. Some of the colleagues drove a large part of this work, and at that time, we all agreed that it was necessary for us to understand the scale of the problem across the flyway, but starting from tropical Southeast Asia and parts of South Asia to understand what was going on, what were the species affected, how were the species affected relevant to legalities, and the extent of species that were killed by illegal hunting across several countries of the region. So this piece of work looking at the scale, the extent of illegal hunting was convened, and that was how a lot of the work that I did eventually was ran from 2019 to 2021. So regularly we will report on our findings at the CMS COPs. So at the EAFP MOP in 2018, where we first had those conversations, those early conversations on illegal hunting, it eventually led us into a situation analysis, which took us a couple of years to complete. We reported on some of these findings at the CMS COP in India. Back in 2020, some of you may well have been in that COP and in this side event, looking at hunting across different flyways of the world. And then most recently, we convened again in EAFP's MOP last year in Australia. And more recently, just a few months ago, some of us, we convened in Uzbekistan, where I was able to launch our report on the situation analysis of bird hunting in Southeast Asia in a formal ceremony. So the situation analysis, which some of you may already have seen, I'm more than happy to share with you because I have it in a PDF version, and I also have a printed version which was launched in Uzbekistan. It's a document that basically provides a summary of the work that we have done, looking at laws and how laws were protecting migratory birds in different Southeast Asian countries. Not surprisingly, we found that the laws that were out there to protect migratory birds in our part of the world is not that strong, partly because of a colonial legacy where the stronger focus was on the birds that were not migratory. Through this report, we also summarize our findings where we were doing all these market surveys, interviews with the local communities, and even hunters and traders themselves. So we were able to get a lot of information to better understand what kinds of tools were used by hunters in different parts of Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. In the report, you will also see some summary sections on the work that we have gathered from our market surveys, MISNet surveys, and most importantly, we also presented a list of species that were most impacted by hunting, looking at the extent that they were killed in the wild by hunting activities. So I have to summarize some of these key findings in the next couple of slides. I know I've not that much time, so I'll just do it very quickly. In terms of legislation, in regards to legislation for migratory species in Southeast Asia, the good news is that there are legislative frameworks that are out there to protect species from hunting. But if you go into the details, you find that there are many gaps and complexities with regards to legislative frameworks across different Asian countries, from Bangladesh to Vietnam. In some countries, we will have legislative frameworks that protect most, if not all, species found within those countries. But one of the biggest gaps that we were able to detect was that in many Asian countries, only a subset of species were protected and many more species were unprotected by law, which is to say that if somebody hunted those birds in a farm environment, it is totally legal and there was no need for enforcement. So addressing those gaps, especially in relation to declining migratory species, is a very important piece of follow-up action that we would recommend to our government partners across Southeast Asia. Looking closely at legislation, obviously, and not surprisingly for most of you here, enforcement gaps is also a very major issue, because as you have remembered, a lot of the hunting that we are finding is not technically happening in a protected area. In many of these protected areas like national parks and wildlife sanctuaries, all forms of hunting except indigenous people hunting is illegal. But when it comes to landscapes of rice fields, landscapes of fish ponds, these landscapes are very large, very hard to enforce, and often we do not have the capacity to put enforcement on the ground to check what is going on there. As you would have expected, there is no hunting quotas for most countries in tropical Asia, partly because there's not much data on the population of species in this region. What are the key groups of species hunted? Technically, most large body birds were hunted, so you would expect that based on our market surveys and our interviews with hunters, many kinds of water birds, well, they are considered as a good source of protein by local communities, and also in major cities of Southeast Asia, these water birds will be hunted. So you will see species like green shanks, curlew sandpipers, Asian dowitches. In fact, many of these shorebird species that breed across the steppe zone of Central Asia and Mongolia are targeted by hunters in this region. But of course, at the same time, many species of local water birds that are unique to Southeast Asia are also heavily trapped. Rail species are amongst the most heavily trapped group of birds. There's no information on the population of many rails in the region, so it's very hard to say whether if the extent of taking out 1 million rails a year is sustainable or not sustainable. But the fact is that it is widespread and it's happening across the paddy fields of the region. Same story goes for family groups like bitterns and herons. Bitterns and herons are among the most widely hunted groups of birds. Pretty much all bitterns and herons are hunted directly or indirectly by hunters. The last group is the group that is most interesting, and this is a group that we don't really know much about, partly because the literature is very sparse. We found a lot of hunting targeted at passerine birds in specific Southeast Asian countries, especially in parts of Laos, PDR, parts of Vietnam, and parts of Cambodia. There's still a strong demand for wild bird meat from passerine birds. In some cases, as you will see in our report, several million individuals of various passerine species are hunted. One of the most hunted species in Southeast Asia for the wild meat trade is a species that you and I know very well. This is the barn swallow, which is a common migratory breeder to much of temperate Asia. We also found a lot of evidence of hunting on social media. Although social media surveillance was a small part of the project, we did manage to work with our different teams in Southeast Asia and scouring social media using different Asian languages. A lot of this information on illegal hunting in our region is kind of scattered and embedded in local languages. So if we did literature search in English language, we are unlikely to find many of these studies. So I think one of the value adds from our work was to have checked various online social media sources in the Thai language, in the Vietnamese language, in the Cambodian language, and the Lao language. And that really allows us to go deep into areas where we have no information before this. As you have heard me mention earlier on in my presentation, mist nets are a big part of the problem. Mist nets are easily available, they are very cheap, and of course this allows a lot of hunters and also people working in farming landscapes and aquaculture to procure them in large scales that therefore cause a lot of mortality to birds in such landscapes. So one of the very clear takeaway I would recommend for people working on the hunting issue is to look more closely at the mist net problem, to understand the trade chains that make mist nets available in your countries so that you can find ways to limit and regulate the use of mist nets. I think this is a point that has been widely looked at across Asia, and many conservationists are recognizing that mist nets are a big part of the problem of illegal hunting. The next question, and I think as I come to the end of my presentation, some of you may be asking, what should we be doing? There's only that much we can do, but there are many things that we can do on the ground level and at the high level with policymakers. As far as bird life is concerned, we have many teams working on the ground in different Southeast Asian countries, and we are working directly with these teams to at least ensure that the protected areas are well protected. So where there are protected areas that illegal hunting is happening, we are working with the teams on the ground to build the capacity to address and tackle illegal hunting. Often this will involve building the capacity of these teams of rangers and our people that partner with those rangers, how to identify illegal hunting activities, how to dismantle those mist nets that are being set up, and also how to work with enforcement officials to arrest some of these hunters. But of course, on top of the work that's already being done on the ground to increase enforcement, there's a strong need for us to present this problem more convincingly to the local communities, because a lot of local communities have little understanding of hunting. They have little understanding of how certain species are declining. So one of the big things that we are doing, and many conservationists are doing across Asia, is to continuously organize activities that would tell people to be more aware of migratory birds. And some of these activities are done with respect to World Migratory Bird Day in May or in October, alongside the enforcement work that's going on the ground, and alongside the policy advocacy that we're trying to do, where a lot of these findings that we are capturing from our studies are being shared with our government colleagues so that they can make some decision to change policies. And in some countries, this has happened fairly quickly. For example, in the case of Vietnam, Vietnam is well aware of the issue of hunting. So in the last 2 or 3 years, we have been able to work with the Vietnamese government colleagues to implement new directives and policies that addresses illegal hunting in a very clear way. I think that's pretty much all I have to say for now. I think that there isn't that much time. But before I end, I would like to just say a quick word of thanks to the people that I've been able to work with in the different Southeast Asian countries. It was a complicated exercise, but we were able to mobilize 10 teams in 10 countries to do all these surveys. Once more, I'm very grateful for being able to have this opportunity to share these findings with you. And I look forward to having conversations with you, or even sharing with you the reports that we've compiled to address illegal and unsustainable hunting in Southeast Asia, but not forgetting the issue of bird bycatches. Yeah. Thank you very much. And thank you for having me.
Knowledge gap based on your presentation. We understand about status of illegal hunting in East Asia, Australia, Flyway, various Asian countries. Thanks thanks to you once again, and we can keep discussion during the discussion time. And I'd like to invite the second speaker, Dr. Nyamba. We again well-known Nyamba. His professionalism speaks for itself. So I'd like to directly invite him for his presentation. Nyamba, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Yeah, please.
Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Again, thank you very much for everybody, and I hope you had a very good break, lunch break. So today I will talk a little bit about what illegal trapping and trade and killing of avian species in Mongolia. But okay, where's the? Before I go, I'd like to highlight just a little bit of information about why Mongolia is really important for Central Asian Flyway. So in the last 10-15 years, our group made huge investments in migratory bird research. And many species we are now tracking via satellite and GPS telemetry, they use Central Asian Flyway. Our birds go to South Asia, or to India, and through China, and some of birds actually go to even through Kazakhstan to other kind of places. And here you can see some of the birds we see, but from here you can see many of the birds that we share with in this Central Asia Flyway is water birds, raptors, and waders. But in Mongolians often regarded as wildlife friendly people because of Buddhist religions. People in Mongolia, they are hunters, good hunters, but they are usually after mammals. Even people in Mongolia traditionally eat very little fish. So fish and birds are not very common source of protein and meat, source for Mongolians for last hundreds of years. But in the ancient time, of course, fish and birds were common. But now it's not really the main game animals Mongolian hunters go after. And if you, we really don't have a reliable number of active bird hunters, but it's really minimal compared to neighboring countries. We do have some foreign tourists also come to Mongolia to do waterfowl hunting and also game hunting, bird huntings, but they're not really significant at the moment. However, we do have some issues with illegal bird killings and take and trade issues. At the same time, we do have also some government-regulated, government-permitted legal trade of some species, such as sacred falcons. But today, my talk will be focused on some illegal and bird issues. So there are most of the birds illegally hunted, killed, and traded in Mongolia. Many of them are religious, cultural, and also medical values. And one of them is definitely Eurasian eagle owl. If you go to travel through Western Mongolia and visit Kazakh families, almost every Kazakh family has feathers or full skins of eagle owl. It's really, we really don't know how many eagle owls have been hunted illegally because there's no regulations. And some of these eagle owls could be coming from China or Russia. It's really, we don't know. Maybe some of them are coming from other regions. And because of this secretive nature of eagle owls, it's really tough for us to get a real number of how many eagle owls are getting killed. But just look at the entire province, most people, they have possessed eagle feathers, talons, claws, and skins. That's kind of scary. And we really need, we think there's really need to get some estimate of how many eagle owls are being used in this Western Mongolia. Another species under quite illegal trade is snowcock. It's actually a protected species by law. And so all illegal take is illegal. But again, we really don't have any reliable data on the number of snowcock on trade. Usually people consume their meat for medical purposes, and they say to be good to treat bone fractures and some wounds and etc. But the problem with snowcock is, well, first, although it's not a migratory species, and they live in the high mountain regions, and because of climate change and warming, and their range is actually reducing. And the biggest problem, so we are, because it's a threatened species, we really worry about their population status in the future. And then the most worrying development is lately the poisoning has become a common practice, because herders when they go out to try to hunt it, sometimes it's difficult to find them, sometimes they don't have enough ammunition or gun, but then they use a common poisons, so sometimes rat poisons, to kill snowcock and then trade them. And this is poisoning has been reported from several provinces, and I believe it could be on the rise. And if it's really happening and increasing, then it will be really harmful, because other birds, lots of passerines and snowcock, chukars, and some other grouses, willow grouse, and high mountain species could be also poisoned as a secondary victim from this practice. The golden eagle, another very interesting species. We found that this is a migratory species. They go to Tibet and China, and also we have eagles flying through from Russia through Mongolia to also Tibetan Plateau. And in Mongolia, especially in the Western province, we have more than 120 Kazakh falconers using golden eagles actively in their game hunting. And this is a tradition that existed for centuries. And now this is Kazakh falconry has become very attractive for foreign tourists, and there are eagle festivals. And before we used to have only one eagle festival, now there are in many places. So this creating some artificial increase in demand of wild take. Unfortunately, there's no strong law that regulates the wild take of golden eagles, which is really worrisome for us. Because it's a traditional aspect, and this issue is not seen as illegal take. And also these falconers can say this is the practice they did it for centuries. So by cultural law, this is sort of permitted. But we are worried if if this wild take gets increased, then it will have a huge potential to impact the local golden eagle population and also passage golden eagles. And of course, sacred falcon is, of course, everybody knows, and this is one of the species that has to be mentioned. And the Mongolian government is, Mongolia is the only country permitted to trade sacred falcons with Gulf countries. And that's because sacred falcon is one of the widespread raptors, and also the population is still, we have plenty of them. But the government is paying lots of attention to stop the illegal capture and trade of sacred falcons. We have now increased regulations and patrolling and the fines. And so compared to 10, 15 years ago, illegal smuggling of sacred falcon actually reduced. But still, it exists in certain small scales. The most common routes of smugglers are to Bayinulgi, Ops, and Kupsk provinces, which is provinces that border with Russia. And most of these birds go to Kazakhstan, to Russia, and sometimes directly from Russia to Gulf countries. So this is another species that really needs every law enforcement agencies pay attention, and compared to 10, 20 years ago, now most law enforcement agencies, they can tell sacred falcons. But but sometimes among the sacred falcons, we see gyr falcons and peregrine falcons. But then it turns out the law enforcement agencies, they really don't know. They do not differentiate these species between one to another. So that means we still need to do a lot of work to completely stop this illegal trade. And it really requires cooperation between law enforcement agencies in these countries. Okay, in this today's workshop, I really want to take your attention in this Dalmatian pelican beak, because it's an illegal trade that was common practice in Mongolia, but now it's much reduced because the population is really reducing. We really don't have the East Asian Dalmatian pelican population consisted of about 30 breeding pairs. It's a really critically endangered species. And thanks to conservation activities projects by conservation organizations, the shooting of wild pelicans inside Mongolia actually greatly reduced. It might be happening, but it's compared to the past, it's really small numbers. So you might be wondering why they use this pelican beaks. Is the horse races in Mongolia, they use traditionally, in most places, they use wood scraper to scrap up the horse sweats after the big race. But only in a small area in Western Mongolia, somehow people started using pelican beaks. And also they believed, because birds are fast-flying animal, it will also kind of magical power to make their horses run faster. So because of this belief, and then this the pelicans has become extremely rare. But now, because the beak has become very rare, and it's becoming even now more like a souvenir, that type of thing. And another big problem is because Dalmatian pelicans has become very rare, they're bringing pelican beaks from other countries into Mongolia. This is the issue I really want to draw your attention. One of the countries people smuggle pelican beak into Mongolia is the Kazakhstan. In this photo, you can see the two beaks decorated with silvers and some nice gemstones. But the one on the left is the great white pelican beak, and the one on the right is the Dalmatian pelican beak. But local horsemen, they do not differentiate it. So in this slide, you can see a number of pelican beaks that was being traded on social markets. We did this survey a few years ago. And now it's because, and after we learned this, we did a huge education campaign in Mongolia involving all these provinces and the schools and the law enforcement agencies. But it's now very hard to, almost impossible to see people trying to sell pelican beaks on social media. And we also did some surveys among horse racers. We investigated and we sent some people to study. Even among horse racers, they have increased awareness of this problem, and the horse racers are becoming actually reluctant or not interested to use beaks anymore, which is a very good sign and a sort of success. But still, we do have some horse races getting these pelican beaks. But the question is, where are they getting these beaks? So in now this Mongolian problem is becoming a huge impact on other pelican populations in other places. So there's a clearly very big risk that this might affect populations in Kazakhstan, Russia, even in African countries. because where they have large populations of Dalmatian pelicans and also great white pelicans. So this is because this workshop is about the regional has a regional context, and this is just one of the example what can happen if these kind of illegal welfare trade can do not taken into regional context, and law enforcement agencies in every country do not, if they don't cooperate, then this is what can happen. I will show you two images from these experiences. I forgot. I'm sorry for not translating this text, but this is the number of the big bunch of big collection of pelican pigs confiscated in Mongolia province, which is the Western Mongolia in 2017. And so these people brought them, they claimed they bought them in a market in Kazakhstan. But it's really don't know if they are telling true or not. But from this photo, you can see there are Dalmatian pelican pigs and great white pelican pigs and adult pigs and the young birds. So this is really a heartbreaking image. And this is the second one. It just happened recently in 2022 in May. From here, you can see the very fresh flesh and blood in this market, in this pelican pigs. The second pelican from the bottom is a great white pelican, you can see. And and as soon as we see this image on social media, we reported it to police and asked them to investigate. And they contacted this person who were trying to sell it. But it turns out, but the person said they have received this image from someone in Kazakhstan. And those people in Kazakhstan asked them to find customers in Mongolia. That was the end of the story. Because this crime was not taken in the territory of Mongolia, so our law enforcement agencies, policemen, basically stopped their investigation. That's all they could do at that time. And we asked them, why don't you just talk Kazakh police and report them and eventually find those people poachers in Kazakhstan, because this can be a huge problem in Kazakhstan pelican populations. But the case never taken further. So this is just one of the examples. If these countries do not cooperate on this kind of illegal wild bird taking and trade issues as an international matter, then this can have huge conservation impact. Now, Mongolia's problem has become Kazakhstan's problem, right? Also Chinese problem, and could be, we have also a population in Russia. And the northernmost Dalmatian pelican populations in Russia, it's a very fragile population as well. So it's really, and this whole thing can be also regarded as an approach, as a flyway level approach. And one of the easy thing we could do is create this kind of information booklets or pamphlets or whatever, and give it to every law enforcement agencies in these countries and border agencies, and post them on the border and make sure the smugglers kind of receive some scary, it really scare away the smugglers. And second, it will be very useful information for law enforcement agency people to take proper legal actions against the smugglers. And every time pelican pigs are confiscated, they have to do proper identification. So they have to send employed to biologists and professional organizations. So I have a few, of course, we have lots of experiences to share with you, but these are 5 key messages I really want to rely on to you. So to lay the foundation of further discussions and possible collaborations among countries in the region. The first one is the governments within this Central Asia region, Flyway region. We need to have regular engagements and meetings in combating illegal tech trade and killing of migratory species. Not only the species I mentioned in my presentation, there are also issues of waterfowl hunting, which is not common in Mongolia, but it's common in other places. And also illegal tech trade and killing monitoring data has to be really improved. We have to think and discuss about how we collect better and reliable data, because all this confiscations basically will decide someone's fate, or it will take legal actions. That means the data has to be coming from some reliable sources. So how we do it, it has to be discussed among countries and experts, and including biologists and law enforcement people. The second, then next is we need to continuously and train law enforcement agencies and their personnel. And it has to be on a regular basis as well. In one of the presentations we heard earlier today, every time the government changes, we see new people, and then we have to do all this training again and again. So, well, this is how it works in most of these countries. So we just have to keep this training on a regular basis. That way we can take in this training on local. Nowadays, we can just do these trainings via online. It's not much expensive. So, but it has to be regularized, and also government has to approve it, and then it will be, so it can be as part of their regular job. And social media surveillance can be actually used to screen current activities involving illegal wildlife trade, but it cannot be like data cannot be prospect into future trade or in the past and assess the past situations. It's only active, valid for what's happening at the moment, but it can be very useful tool. So I encourage everybody do this. And the last one is identification of this wildlife specimens at the borders and police departments. Seems to be very important. And me and my staff always gets called upon, and when they have some issues, and then we do provide this expertise services. But sometimes they call us and things that's very easy to tell apart. So, but then simple identification guides or keys for law enforcement designated for law enforcement agencies can be developed and shared among countries, and then this will have huge impact. Well, this is all I wanted to say today, and thank you very much for your attention.
Once again, think about the local communities' traditional knowledge is affected illegal hunting and trade, and we understand the Dalmatian pelican for horse race purpose, and also Altai snow fox for the medical purpose. And maybe we can discuss more topics and how can we solve this kind of impact to our society and certain species population decline during the discussion time. Also, now I'd like to invite the Tesh. Tesh, are you there? Because actually, Tesh, the first presenter, the cause of a very good morning to the Netherlands. He just joined. And as you know, Tesh works as a nature conservation work for 3 decades. And he's notably leads the Central Asian Flyway situation analysis. This morning, especially Ramesh mentioned about your name very often on his presentation file. And now he will share his the situation analysis for the conservation of migratory birds in the CAF region with Earth. Are you ready?
Good morning, everybody. Yes, I'm ready. I will share my screen. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak at this important workshop, and greetings from the Netherlands. I don't know if you can see my screen yet. Can you confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you once again to the organizers of this important workshop, and I'm really pleased to be able to join you. I've been able to participate in the last two presentations, and it's wonderful to see the amount of information that has been gathered in the last few years about the threat to migratory birds, including from illegal killing and take. And what is concerning is that although there is an increase in the interest in this issue, there is still a very poor understanding about it, the scale of it, and the need for action. Obviously, we need to be continuously working with everyone to raise awareness, build capacity, and deal with this in a sensible way, recognizing that local people depend on some of these species for their basic survival, and ways to deal with that, find alternatives for their livelihoods, need to be considered. I will be presenting here, as was mentioned, a more of an analysis that was undertaken in the last couple of years and was presented and provided a basis for international cooperation through the Convention on Migratory Species at its meeting in Samarkand in February earlier this year, and where I had the opportunity to meet several of you. And this report is really the culmination of a long journey for cooperation within the Central Asian Flyway. And it's actually the start for a lot more collaboration and action based on the recommendations of this report. This photograph you see here is of a meeting that took place in Uzbekistan in 2001, which was the first international workshop for the Central Asian Flyway. And thereafter, there have been a series of meetings which I've been able to participate in and work with a number of wonderful people from governments from Russia all the way down to the Maldives, which is the length of the Central Asian Flyway. And in terms of the width of the Central Asian Flyway from Georgia eastwards to Mongolia, China, and Russia. So a very large part of this world is covered by this flyway. I'll talk a little bit about the report and the various meetings that have been critical to bring this initiative forward. The last conference of parties in 2020 of the CMS, which was organized in India in Gandhinagar, was a meeting that really helped to set the stage to take this initiative forward. It builds on a meeting that was organized in 1994, and at which an action plan for migratory water birds was developed and agreed on. However, between 1994 and 2020, there has been very little concrete action in terms of strengthening the international intergovernmental processes. But at this meeting at COP13, the government of India, through the Prime Minister at that time and the current Prime Minister, agreed and announced that India would take a lead in this work. And the following year, a workshop was organized in New Delhi in May 2023, where the draft action plan and situational analysis was presented. And thereafter, the culmination of that long journey was, in fact, in February at the Convention on Migratory Species meeting in Samarkand where a side event was organized and a formal resolution was adopted for furthering this work. The situation analysis that I'll talk about provided a lot of the information and technical background to this new initiative, and it deals with all the threats or identifies all the threats, including the major threat of. I think it may provide further background to the kind of presentations you've been hearing so far through today. Perhaps there's no reason to really show where the Central Asian Flyway is, but if some of you are joining late, the Central Asian Flyway is here in light green, nestled between the flyways of the East Asian Australasian Flyway to the east and the West African and the West Asian and East African Flyway to the left. What is important is to recognize, and this was very neatly illustrated by Dr. Nyambayar just now, that issues of one flyway are not disconnected from issues in another flyway. The issue of dealing with illegal killing of the Dalmatian pelican doesn't affect just what is happening in the East Asian Australasian Flyway or the Central Asian Flyway, but as we have heard, could involve pelicans being brought in from even Africa. So we have to work across flyways to deal with the conservation and illegal trade of migratory species. And only through doing that can we deal with these issues in a comprehensive manner. So just if you've not had this background already, the Central Asian Flyway is unlike many other flyways of the world, because it's mainly a landlocked flyway across Eurasia. It does extend to the island chain of the Maldives in the south, as well as to the British Indian Ocean territories. But this is relevant to very few populations. The main populations are really on the land of Eurasia and end up in the Central Asian Flyway terminus, which is the Indian subcontinent. Obviously, we are dealing with a wide variety of ecological conditions, from the Arctic to the deserts, the high deserts, both cold and dry, as well as rainforest and everything in between. Many of these species are breeding high up in the Arctic, whereas many species are also breeding in more of the Central Asian countries and migrate south to the subcontinent. In terms of diversity, we are really looking at a very rich and biodiverse part of the world, over 600 species of 84 families. And worryingly, obviously, is a large and growing list of globally threatened and near threatened species, making it one of the main flyways where attention is needed, building on the successes of what's happened in other flyways. Where we have information for a limited number of species and populations, the trends are showing that at least 40% of those species are declining. And we really need to address the declines of these populations if we are to prevent them becoming threatened or even extinct. And to put this context of the scale into perspective, we are dealing with birds using a wide variety of sites of international importance and a number of areas far beyond that of national and local importance. And just dealing with international importance, it is more than 1,700 sites. The threats, as we can imagine, relate to the habitat loss and degradation, pollution, and the focus of this meeting, legal and illegal take of birds. We are not starting from zero, as you've heard from the presentations. We are starting from an area of long history of cooperation and research, despite the wide diversity of languages and political constructs, which have either supported or hindered cooperation and research in the past. And we need to learn from that and find ways in this new era of international cooperation and AI and everything else that allows us to cooperate to make research and international cooperation possible. So the focus of this presentation is really this report that is a true international cooperative effort that resulted from dialogue at the local, national, and international level. And at the outset, I think it's important to acknowledge the large number of people, government agencies, NGOs, research institutions, the CMS, who have participated and supported this study. And I'd like to also commend my colleagues and co-conspirators, if I may use that, who have been part of bringing this information together at the national level. And we have then produced this report, including participants of this meeting whose names you can recognize from this meeting, from this slide. This report is available for download, and I share the link here and also at the bottom. Last but not least, I should thank BirdLife International, who took the lead in raising the funds to make this report possible and present it at various meetings to raise awareness about the issue and the framework that has now become part of the CMS resolution, to which I'll come to at the end. A little more if we dive into this situation about the different migratory species. As we can see here, the report has classified species into three broad categories: land birds, water birds, and seabirds, and raptors. And you can see that there are a large number of, obviously, land bird species, over 300 species. Fortunately, at this stage, from the information we have, most of these are considered of least concern, which is they are not near threatened or threatened, and a smaller number are threatened as far as we know. For water birds and seabirds, over 200 species, but a greater proportion of them are threatened or near threatened. And for the smaller raptor species, maybe about 70, you can again see that there are several species that are threatened or near threatened. And if we look at this together, you can see, and this is obviously the point that I made earlier, that a significant proportion of species, 40%, are threatened or near threatened. And then if we look at the trends, this is also important because this shows us what's happening over time and where we need to focus attempts. We're using the same species families categorizations. You can see that a large number of them are obviously the land birds, but a significant number of these seem to be either decreasing or stable for land birds. A few appear to be increasing, so that gives us reason for hope. And it means that where action can be taken, it will have positive results. Similarly for the other species. And as a whole here, you can see 44% of these populations are decreasing. What is important to recognize is that for 69 species, we have no information in the category unknown. So we need to address this as well. The threats, as we can imagine, for the birds directly, and this is direct threats to the birds, are a variety of threats, and these are listed here. We are talking here about what, under IUCN's categorization of level 1 threats, is biological resource use, which includes legal and illegal killing of birds, as well as take for research or other purposes. But as you can see, this shows up as the second highest threat, having the high or medium impact for these migratory birds across all three groups of birds: water birds, raptors, and land birds. And you've already heard from the previous presentation the specific information on this. Just to reiterate what has already been said, it's a difficult issue to collect information about because of its nature, illegal, or its dealing with habits of people who don't want to share this information. So collecting this information has been quite difficult. And a preliminary assessment shows that more than 7 million birds are being taken every year, at least, across the Central Asian Flyway. And at least is very important to state because we don't know what the upper limits are in any country really with great confidence. And we know that there is an annual difference between what is being taken, as exemplified even by the example of the Dalmatian pelican beaks. For one threatened species, of which there are few birds, the annual numbers of beaks taken was quite different. So if we look across all the different species, across all countries, it remains a very difficult issue to deal with. And it means we need to really focus attention in a very sensitive and a sensible way to deal with it. This shows you the geography and the habitat types of the Central Asian Flyway. So it shows again that if we are dealing with this issue, we have to take different approaches in different habitats where different species are living and where often different communities of people are living and dealing with them in different ways. Coming back to the point of the number of sites, I talked about more than 1,700 sites of importance. This gives you a map of those sites. And if you look at their threatened status, their protected area status, using the protected planet as a source of information and additional information from BirdLife International, you can see a large number of red spots across the flyway, which really means that over the region, a significant proportion of these internationally important sites for migratory birds are not protected. And that is very concerning, which means that where governments have the capacity, they tend to focus on protected areas and not in non-protected areas or in the wider landscape where illegal killing may be taking place. So how do we build the capacity of the authorities to deal with illegal killing and trade, both within protected areas and outside protected areas, remains one of our challenges. But we are not dealing in illegal killing and trade in isolation. It is one of the many threats. And if we look at the threats to habitats, which is a major issue, you can see that habitats are being affected in a variety of ways, including the most severe, obviously, being habitat loss and destruction and degradation, which means that if we are losing habitats, we are losing species as well. So we need to be thinking about how we deal with these various threats on migratory species, including illegal killing and trade. So the situation analysis report came up with a wide variety of recommendations on ways that governments and other stakeholders can work together to deal with this. And I don't have the time to go into the detail of it, and please find this in the report. I focus just to remind you that one of the recommendation areas is the taking and trade of birds, and this is obviously one issue that we need to deal with. And as was picked up in an earlier presentation, it's not directly just the taking and trade of birds that affects them, but it's also the killing from other ways that affects their populations. And that is through the collisions and power lines, which is becoming a bigger issue and also a focus of this meeting. Fortunately, within the region, we have a wide variety of mechanisms to deal with this, from global level to regional level. And these are listed here. These include the World Heritage Convention, the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, the Central Asian Action Plan for Waterbirds, the African Eurasian Land Birds Action Plan, the Raptors MOU for the African Eurasian region, and at the top, the African Eurasian Waterbird Agreement. the difference between agreements, MOUs, and action plans and conventions relate to the importance that governments place often in terms of their commitment to implementation. But these action plans and MOUs can also be a strong mechanism for cooperation, especially when the civil society, experts, NGOs, and other agencies also contribute to this work. A number of these frameworks have produced either single species plans or multi-species plans for cooperation, as well as we have different frameworks to deal with issues on the ground, including the site network that was established in Kazakhstan in 2007, focused on the concern for the Siberian crane, which unfortunately we have lost in the Central Asian Flyway and the West Asian Flyway as a functional population. And we need to take the lead from the loss of such species that we don't let it happen to other species across the flyway. And we need to expand such site networks to cover all the important sites. And as you've seen, there's more than 1,700 internationally important areas for migratory birds in this Central Asian Flyway. And we really need to focus attention in conserving and better managing these sites, including for threats from illegal killing and trade, poisoning, as well as power lines and energy infrastructure that have huge impacts on these birds. There are tools and kits available that we can use and others that can be developed to help raise the issues. And this just schematically puts together how we can be working together to deal with the different issues using the various frameworks that exist, from the action plans, the agreements, as well as different initiatives down at the bottom in blue, which is the important bird areas monitoring program, the International Waterbird Census, which focuses, as the name suggests, on waterbirds and wetlands, a wide range of community-based habitat initiatives, which can then deal with illegal killing and trade as well. A number of international task forces that have recently been established and are gaining, let's say, credibility because of some of the tools and experiences gained and shared, and the cooperation that is growing between agencies and governments across the region. And besides that, there will be a need to address some of the issues that have not been picked up so far. And we need to find ways to deal with species and groups of species, such as seabirds, that have so far not been dealt with comprehensively in the Central Asian Flyway as well. So I think one initiative that provides us hope and perhaps direction is the new resolution from the Convention on Migratory Species, the Initiative for the Central Asian Flyway. This is a new initiative, and it needs to be developed with the involvement and participation of all. And we understand that one of the important actions agreed through this resolution is to establish a coordination unit that will be based in India to take this initiative forward to foster international cooperation. It starts with developing a terms of reference for the operation of this initiative, through developing a program of work which identifies the priority actions at the international level and then to the national level for this, for the actions that will be undertaken. It is a big framework, as we've mentioned, deals with all migratory birds, so over 600 species of birds across over 30 countries, and depends on CMS parties and non-parties in all other range states, international government agencies, NGOs, and donors to contribute to this initiative, to take it forward through provision of both technical expertise and resources, as well as financial resources to take these actions forward. The resolution recognizes that this initiative offers an opportunity for collaboration and coordination between all the states, between the existing CMS and non-CMS instruments and partnerships, which I've outlined before, to address the various conservation priorities, and equally importantly, I think, to monitor the effective of these interventions, to make sure that we are still on track and we can redirect energies and priorities when we find that some things are not working well. One of the issues, and this has been discussed before, is the need to increase scientific and technical expertise, as well as collaboration between the different range states. We need to look at research and capacity building efforts, and these priorities are from local level to national as well as international level. Applying targeted conservation approaches, learning from what has been learned and worked in different situations. We need to try them in other situations. There will be learning there as well. Some things will not work, but some experiences and expertise show us already that there are many good conservation approaches that will succeed. So it's a matter of having a priority to attach to government agencies, allocating resources and personnel to undertake this work. We've heard some of the challenges already, that even if these threats are identified, there aren't necessarily the mechanisms, either bilaterally or internationally, for immediate action for this. So we need to think about smarter ways of strengthening such collaboration. We recognize that these initiatives and these international frameworks do provide the opportunities for donor support, because governments, private donors, foundations, and others seek such frameworks as a mechanism for better delivery of their resources. So we need to be matching donors to these actions as well. And last but not least, with dealing with such a issue like illegal killing and trade, where it has meant that local people have depended on these species for their food, for their livelihood, not necessarily only for trade, but for their basic livelihood. We will need to find smarter ways to deal with that, so that the people can continue their lives and improve them without affecting migratory birds in the ways that we've seen have happened. So the last slide really is the decisions that were taken from the resolution, and the decisions are what needs to take place over the next 3 years. So the resolution is a long-term resolution between governments, whereas the decisions are really what are the high priority actions that need to take place over the next 3 years. And this means we need to, as the global community, work with governments to encourage and push them, work with them to get these actions happening. And I hope we can see progress on this over the coming years. I think this is the last slide, and I'd like to really end by thanking you all for the opportunity to make this presentation, and urge us all to continue to work together to ensure that IKAF is developed as an opportunity to work together at all levels to conserve and restore populations of migratory birds and their habitats. And at the bottom here is the links to the two documents I've talked about. Thank you once again.
We are ready to continue to work together with you and our colleagues as well. If you have a plan to the second edition for Central Asia Flyway situation analysis, we are ready to that to work together. And I just want to remind our time schedule. I know we are a little bit behind the time, but we are slightly late started. But our break is 30 minutes, so we just cut our break time. And because we have good presenters, two more presentations, so we will keep. We want to invite the two experts and also the discussion and Q&A. If we miss the discussion and Q&A this session, we will have during the session 3, we'll continue our discussion. But if you have any questions related to session 2, please write the question in the chatting box as well. And the second, the fourth speaker, I want to invite the expert from China. She will give a presentation about the nationwide law enforcement impact on the pet trade in China. Hello. Yeah. Presentation now is open. We can see.
Could you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, perfect. Yeah.
In this side below.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
now
you.
it's good.
Or it's here, Ma.
Okay, so I will start my presentation. So first of all, it's my privilege to attend this workshop and share some of our recent work about bird trade and law enforcement impact on bird trade in China. So global wildlife trade is a wicked problem, and trade in birds is growing in some countries, affecting up to 45% of all bird species. This has also caused complex ecological and social problems, such as invasion of alien species and public health safety problems. China, as a country with highly diverse and unique bird species, is also a country with significant bird trade. So studying China's bird market could help us understand the patterns and dynamics of bird trade. In this talk, I'll first begin with an introduction to the bird trade in China, with implications from the largest to date Chinese bird market survey. And then I'll talk about our recent study on the nationwide enforcement impact on pet bird trade in China. And finally, we'll discuss some relevant conservation issues. Between 2016 and 2017, a national bird market survey was organized by the China Birdwatching Association. More than 200 pet bird markets were surveyed across over 100 cities in 31 provinces. It was a citizen science survey project with the participation of 47 social organizations and 290 non-scientist volunteers who were mainly experienced bird watchers. This national bird market survey began in August 2016 as the first period, and the survey was repeated in 2017 as the second period. So on the map on the left, you can see the survey location of this national pet bird market survey. And here are some of the results. So overall, the survey recorded over 200,000 birds of 443 species from 56 families. There were 4 major sources of traded species: the wild-caught native species, exotic species, commercially bred species, and poultry. Among them, wild-caught native species accounted for 85% of all species and nearly half of the total abundance of birds traded in the markets. Therefore, we wanted to take a further look at the taxa of the traded native species. So among the native species, the survey recorded 375 wild native species from 17 orders and 55 families. These species are all native to China, and most of them are from the passerine forms, that is songbirds. And the graph here on the right showed both the species richness and the abundance of different native families. Some birds have long been the traditionally popular caged birds, so they are high in abundance, such as the huamei and the ruby throats, larks, and white eyes. These are all the birds that are traditionally kept as kept at cage for their singing or to appreciate their feathers and so on. So they are very high in volume and in our pet bird market survey. There are also some other birds of high traded volume, such as the myna, which can imitate human speech, and siskins and grosbeaks, which can play some tricks. And on this slide, the graph on the right shows the average number of individuals of each family in the markets. So you can see the overall picture of the species composition in China's pet bear markets during 2016 and 2017. And overall, we discovered that the traded native wild birds accounted for 27% of all native bird species in China. And on the right, I have presented the top 10 traded species in China's pet bird market. So these 10 species were recorded the highest volume in the markets. But before 2021, none of these species were protected by China's state key protection list. They are protected, but they are not protected in the highest level, which is the China state key protection list. And we want to further look at the market dynamics, especially in terms of the law enforcement impact. So in our recently published study, we wanted to know how the national and coordinated law enforcement can affect illegal wildlife open markets. As you may know, law enforcement is one of the most direct wildlife resource management strategies, but its large-scale effectiveness has not been widely assessed due to the lack of extensive market data. So we have had the opportunity to have such a large national bird market survey. So we want to use this data to evaluate the impact of enforcement. So we noticed that between the two periods of our national bird market survey, China had launched a special enforcement action in the whole country for protecting wild migratory birds. This is the special enforcement action, and it happened between the two periods of our bird market survey during the late October in 2016. So in order to evaluate the impact of this law enforcement, we filtered only 73 markets, which were surveyed both before and after the enforcement action. So that means we excluded some of the markets where the survey took place after the enforcement action happened. And we only extracted the market which was surveyed twice, which means once in 2016 and once after the enforcement. So the final number of the markets that we used in the study is 73 markets. So we analyzed the trends of species and abundance within these markets. The main result is that the total bird abundance dropped significantly after enforcement in the markets, in the same markets. And in particular, species protected under China's wildlife protection law declined significantly, while those commercially bred species or other species that were not protected by the Chinese protection law increased. So we further make a linear mix model to see the relationship between the national protection level and the trend of species abundance in the market. And the model also showed that national protection level was the best predictor for the trends in the abundance of birds traded, even after accounting for some confounding factors, such as the regional baseline enforcement pressure and native wild bird populations. And the change in abundance of these species varied among families. So in this graphs, you can see some families will witness higher decrease or increase in abundance. For example, the parrots, the parrots have the highest abundance in both periods, and they also had the largest increase in abundance by 4,593 bird individuals. On the other hand, the bobblers, finches, and white-eyes, these three families had the largest decreases in the number of individuals during the two periods and after the enforcement. And these are the other trends for other families we recorded in the market. And it conforms to the general trends of decreasing in the protected species and increasing in the non-protected species. On the left, we can also see the trends of the traded species, and with the central orange circle indicating the national protection level. And except for the change in the taxa of birds traded, we also want to look at the geographic differences when considering the change in the abundance of protected and other species respectively. And we found that the provinces can largely form 4 general types. 7 provinces saw consistent decline in both the abundance of protected species and other species. And in 8 provinces, the protected species decreased in abundance, while the other species increased. For the remaining 6 provinces, they saw an increase in abundance in protected species, with some provinces have other species decrease, and in 3 provinces, both protected species and other species increase. So this is the general differences in the response to enforcement in different areas. Our study used the national scale market data to evaluate the impact of a nationwide conservation enforcement on the pet bird markets. We showed that the bird trade could drastically change after enforcement. The results of our study suggested an overall effect of the conservation enforcement actions. And interestingly, as I have said, as protected native species declined following the enforcement, our results also found a significant increase in the abundance of legal and commercially bred species. This may imply that there is a shift in supply or demand for trade bird species, which means maybe people prefer less the protected species, and their demand may have shifted to other species that were not protected. However, the trade in protected species may also have shifted outside of the open market, such as to the more hidden underground markets, and maybe shifting to the online trading. And while our study have illustrated the value of large-scale enforcement at the national level, our results also can reflect on several existing conservation issues. The first and the most important one is that we found that the protection level of some taxa couldn't match their threat from bird trade. For example, native songbirds were actually the most heavily traded taxa in the markets, as I have said. But they were also the ones with the least protection coverage. So in this graph, you can see about 1/3 of the passerine birds, which are the songbirds, are not protected nationally, and the proportion of the ones protected by the state key protection level is very small. Whereas all the native species of non-passerine forms recorded were all protected by the national law, and the coverage of state key protection is quite high. on the graph on the right, we can also see the same pattern. So for the passerine forms, they receive quite low coverage of national protection, even lower state key protection. But for other orders, the non-passerine forms orders, no matter whether in the first periods or the second periods, these species are all covered by the national protection law, and the cover of state key protection is quite high. So we think that this could make it challenging for the enforcement to have an impact on these songbird taxa, because the intensity of enforcement efforts and the degree of public concern is directly correlated to the species protection level. So therefore, whether enforcement can achieve maximum effectiveness really relies on the scientific design of national conservation laws and regulations. And in literature, some scholars had advocated for updating the protected species lists and scientifically evaluating the scope of protection while taking into account the risks posed by the illegal wildlife trade. And for example, China has revised its state key protection animal list in 2021. After this revision, 29 native songbird species from our dataset were added to the state key protection list, which brought about a significantly greater level of protection. So for example, here we can see the cover of state key protection level is much higher than before 2021. And these included 7 out of the 10 most traded native species. So these 7 species had all been included in the state key protection list, which accounted for over 60% of the total abundance of traded native species recorded in the markets. So this is a huge improvement. And we therefore suggest that when setting species protection levels, market trade status of the species, when available, should be considered as one of the references for assessment. It is also important to know how long the enforcement impacts could last. Although we haven't got long-term monitoring data to track the trade dynamics, we have conducted surveys during COVID-19 in Beijing and Guangdong. So we revisited those markets, and from the data, we could witness decreasing illegal wildlife consumption, particularly under the dual effects of COVID-19 and pandemic, and ongoing enforcement efforts to limit the wildlife trade. But its impact to bird trade and conservation is still worth investigating. And to improve the effectiveness of law enforcement, the capacity building of enforcement personnel, as well as the use of novel technology, should be valued. So we propose to strengthen the enforcement capacity through integrating powerful artificial intelligence applications with automated species identification models to enhance the accuracy and effectiveness in species detection and legality identification. And finally, the complex and changing nature of conservation's challenges requires the assessment of regulatory strategies with an integrated framework, including multi-source data such as court verdict, market survey, and news reports, and also citizen science data. And we propose to increase relevant market-based wildlife trade monitoring through multi-sectoral cooperation between the government, researchers, and social organizations, as well as matching the monitoring with the government's conservation regulations. In particular, we propose that citizen science as a low-cost approach to collecting sensitive data at large spatial scales should be developed to investigate a broader range of conservation issues. In China, there was a survey last year of the Chinese bird watchers conducted by the China Birdwatching Association. It revealed that there are more than 340,000 bird watchers in China. The number continues to grow, and it is worth studying how to transform this hobby or recreation into citizen science. For example, we are planning to launch a citizen science land bird monitoring program in mainland China. And here we call for cooperation, not only on the issues of illegal bird trade, but also for issues on a wider area of bird conservation. And this is all of my talk. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to discussing with you all. Thank you.
Personally, I didn't recognize about the pet bird market, but based on your presentation and about that, also congratulations, very recent, brand new research papers and research. And we looking for your next step. Also, I wanna invite our last speaker, Dr. Dr. Ulanbar is a Mongolian conservationist with almost 30 years of experience and a social scientist specializing in community-based conservation institution. She will share Mongolian wildlife trade crisis.
Right.
It's yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay, so the slides is coming out. This is actually the scientific report that ZSL Mongolia, Zoological Society of London, Mongolia office, and legal atlas from US, and then Mongolian Independent Research Institute together conducted like 2016. So I would like to acknowledge the whole team, research team. This was like from these three organizations funded by UK government, and Mogi is actually the one at that time coordinating this project. So she actually the main player in this research. So so this research was actually quite a large, comprehensive baseline kind of almost study in Mongolia. Before that, Science State 1 was conducted in 2005 by Wildlife Conservation Society, but that was, in terms of like scope, it was kind of smaller study, but this study was much more comprehensive. So just to show the extent of the research, so like this study actually compared 2 times like in point, I mean like 2005 situation versus 2006 condition, and then study actually used like 13 different instruments to respond to 50 research questions. And all the data we have collected from 53 different sources. And there were 3 main research instruments, including household survey, market survey, stakeholder survey. So it took 14 months and involved like over 4,000 households and over 5,000 observations. And then it was collected from Ulaanbaatar plus 13 different provinces of Mongolia. And then in terms of like this was like across, these are all the research instruments displayed here, and then it was across like 6 ecological regions of Mongolia. So here the main kind of findings of this study, the first kind of conclusion was that international trade is the primary driver of IWT in Mongolia. With the rise in wealth of the middle class in China, Mongolia's southern neighbor, there is a high demand for wildlife products, specifically this specimen from wolf, bear, red deer, musk deer, polycat, mammoth. So now, like Gigi and Lian actually talked about much positive kind of results in China happening in terms of like regulation and also like involving citizen science, etc. So that's actually good news for us. And then in terms of like imports, actually Russia became main like kind of country where from Mongolia, Mongolians import all their wildlife products. For example, between like 1996 and 2015, imports from Russia increased from less than $500,000 to $9 million, while the export increased only 5% for this period. So the second conclusion was that Mongolia is emerging transit country for IWT, both looking at the infrastructure for drugs, human trafficking, as well as seized IWT cases. For example, the Mongolian customs seized wildlife products ousted in third countries, including specimens of lion, Dalmatian pelican, saiga from Kazakhstan. Maybe because the criminal code at that time didn't criminalize illegal trade not sourced in Mongolia till like September 2016. And also Mongolian enforcement capacity was quite weaker than today. Okay, next one, please. So the third finding of this study was that Mongolia is becoming a transit country, consumer country for foreign wildlife products. Since 2006, the number of import permits increased 3 times. Accordingly, there is a concomitant increase in the number of source countries from 24 to 43 in the last decade. Top trading countries included US, Colombia, Thailand, India, China, Vietnam. While the CITES import record shows that the single most crucial import category is live specimen, which doubled for the last 10 years, mostly Siberian sturgeon. Next. Lastly, the study defined that Mongolia's top CITES export species include Seker falcon, wolf, brown bear, Argali sheep. Particularly the Seker falcon constitutes 97% of all the CITES exports. And on the other hand, given the harsh condition for the species survival in Mongolia, in that extreme hyper or dry environment, the trade quotas in Mongolia has to be quite limited. But actually, the study found that the illicit trade volumes are surpassing these limits by orders of the magnitude. For instance, in 2009, permitted wolf export was 56. But that the same year, wolf seizures reported was 312 frozen carcasses. So this may represent a small percentage of the much larger legal trade. So now in terms of like challenges, in Mongolia, we have all this, we just saw that how export, import, all this trade, international trade increased for the last 10 years quite substantially, but actual capacity, law enforcement capacity remained same in Mongolia. And then you see that for example, this is the Yellowstone per ranger area is 27 kilometers square, while in Mongolia, it would range between 5 to 700, 800 kilometers square. So in terms of just spatial kind of scope of the duty that these people have to handle is enormous. And also there is increasing threat to rangers. Like during the study, many reported that they have to face violences against the rangers. Then also now the organized crime is really increasing in Mongolia, much more organized than just like occasional kind of illegal hunting. And then now like all the law enforcement has to deal with much better equipped, much better organized crime networks. Okay, next, please. So there are other challenges at the institutional landscape and legal framework also. So for example, like 15 different government institutions with legislative, executive, and judiciary duties involved in IWT matters. But without necessary capacity, support, and plugged with corruption at various levels. So our 20 laws and regulations govern for wildlife take, trade, and enforcement, which has been much improved since 2016, because Mongolia actually also updated criminal law. But still there are like some gaps. For example, anti-corruption law of Mongolia and anti-money laundering law lack any mention of wildlife crime that may favor the increase in wildlife trade in Sacred Falcon, for example. So, despite all these different like efforts of the government to really increase the penalties, etc., still, you know, the IWT's minor issues in prosecution field. For example, for the past decade, the prosecutor's office, for example, handled 20,000 cases a year, where only 1% was really kind of finished. You know, I mean, like decided. All the other cases were not really criminalized. Nobody really got punished, you know. So the lack of capacity to collect, store, preserve, and handle the evidence of crimes really jeopardizes the IWT prosecution, resulting in low conviction rates in compliance. So that's the really major reason. Study also observed major shift from hunting to fishing, you know. In 2005, only 12% of species taken were fish, but for the past decade, it grew to 46%. And then worst shift happened in changing the way of hunting. People, before, people used to hunt by guns, but now people using more like car, like chasing, much more like kind of cruel method to hunt. That's how the hunting way changed. And then also in terms of consumption, you know, Mongolian households now buy more wildlife products from 35 different species, mostly for food, traditional medicine, and clothing. Restaurants also offer a variety of wild fish, both domestic and foreign. Hence, IWT channels include households, restaurants, retail shops, outdoor markets, e-commerce, and on-demand phone. So that's basically the conclusion. But before that, maybe I just would like to say that why this report was called Silent Step, because like to prevent Mongolian steppes go silent, we really, all the researchers and government and donor communities, we have to work together. So just to kind of sign off warning, this report is called Silent Step. So yeah, let's work for wildlife together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ulambayar. And as you know, we are a little bit behind the schedule, so and also luckily discussion part, Dr. Nyamba, he will lead the discussion part, session 2 and session 3. So we merged the discussion during our session 3 time. We will keep our discussion, but especially I know one of the busiest person is Timmy and Hatzi. If you already have a plan during the day, we will send the email to you about our questions. And also, I want to remind you, session 3, especially CMS.
I think we should kick off the next session. So this is the very last session. Thank you for bearing with us until now. So the next session, session 3, is on impacts and mitigation of energy infrastructures on birds and their habitat. So for this session, we only have 2 presentations to make. So stay with us.
Sure.
So I would like to now invite Dr. Tilman Schneider, who's online now. Dr. Tilman Schneider is an Associate Program Manager Officer of the CMS. So, Tilman, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much again for inviting us from the Secretariat for the Convention on Migratory Species, CMS. And I'm going to speak a bit today about the CMS work on renewable energy and migratory species, and the other topic, addressing illegal taking of migratory birds. It's really a pleasure joining this workshop, and also on behalf of the whole Secretariat's avian species team, our head of unit, Ivan Ramirez, and also the coordinating unit head of office, Umberto Galuorsi, who can unfortunately not be here today in this workshop. He's based in the Raptors MOU coordinating unit in Abu Dhabi, but he has an overlap. But he gave me some inputs and slides, which I will also present from Raptors MOU side. And yeah, just as a reminder for those maybe who are not so familiar with CMS, CMS is the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals. It's a multilateral environmental agreement of the United Nations. This convention was signed in the end of the 70s in Bonn, it's therefore called the Bonn Convention, entered into force in 1983. Now CMS has 133 parties, and the unique characteristic of CMS is that it's the only global treaty that focuses on the conservation of migratory species, meaning that CMS is an international platform for the cooperation of the countries which signed the convention, and but also stakeholders and organizations to agree on and to promote the conservation and sustainable use of migratory species, meaning that these are species which cross national jurisdictional boundaries. So it's a bit different from a biological concept. The concept of migratory species under the convention, as defined under the convention, is species crossing borders, and therefore CMS is a treaty which, through the collaboration of primarily countries, but as said also other stakeholders, ensures the safe travel, let's say, of migratory species throughout their range, crossing international borders. The core mandate of the convention are its appendices. Appendix 1 lists endangered migratory species, which are therefore internationally protected in the parties of the convention. And these are species which are in danger of extinction, and parties have obligations to conserve or restore the habitat of these species, and no taking of these species is permitted, with only a few exceptions, for example, related to research purposes. Appendix 2 lists species which require international agreements. And so they're candidates for establishing international agreements specifically for these species or group of species because they have an unfavorable conservation status and would therefore also significantly benefit from international cooperation. CMS, or the main decision-making body of the convention, is the conference of the parties where the countries, member states of the convention come together every 3 years. The recent one took place this year in Samarkand in Uzbekistan in February. And at that meeting, the first ever status report on the state of migratory species was launched and then published. And this report, among other details, for example, shows that 1 in 5 of CMS listed species are threatened with extinction and 44% have a decreasing population trend. For example, when we speak in the context of illegal taking of species or unsustainable taking, the report also shows that 7 out of 10 species listed under CMS are affected by overexploitation, just to give a few numbers here. So that report is, of course, available on the CMS website. Also, happy to guide anybody or share the link later on. Coming to the topic of illegal killing, taking, and trade of migratory birds, the Conference of the Parties to CMS has adopted several key decisions on this topic, particularly Resolution 1116 Ref COP 14. So that's a resolution dating back from COP 11, but was revised also at the recent Conference of the Parties meeting. And this resolution, inter alia, establishes intergovernmental task forces to address this serious threat to migratory birds, illegal killing, taking, and trade. And already some task forces have already been operational for a couple of years in specific regions of the world. For example, the Mediterranean task force, the MICT, since 2016, and in 2023, with the support from the government of Australia, CMS Secretariat could also launch the Asia Pacific Task Force, intergovernmental task force to address the illegal hunting, taking, and trades of migratory birds in the Asia Pacific region, so mainly the East Asian, Australasian Flyway. It's abbreviated as IKTT. And as said, it was launched at the EAFP MOP 11 in Brisbane last year. And under development is also a similar task force for the Southwest Asian region. So covering this is supposed to cover then the Arabian Peninsula and the region of Iran and Iraq. But in general, the illegal taking of birds, abbreviated as IKB, is a global issue. And coming to the Central Asian Flyway, we can, for example, refer here, and I think our dear friend Tejmoon has already talked about this today, the Central Asian Flyway Situation Analysis, which BirdLife International conducted in 2023 and published. And there, based on surveys, it has become apparent that there's still a lack of a comprehensive regional assessment of IKB in Central Asia. It is estimated that at least more than 7 million birds are illegally taken per year. The motivations are pretty diverse, ranging from sport hunting to overtrading, persecution by different groups of interests, which see some of these birds as competitors, for example, raptors, or fishermen see other birds as competitors. Trapping for cage birds seems to be an issue, and bycatch, but also, and this is also important, the poisoning, intentional poisoning, trapping and shooting of some of the most threatened species. For example, poisoning of vultures is one serious issue of these highly threatened groups of birds. CMS offers as I said, regional approaches in the form of task forces, which are specifically developed for specific hotspot regions, such as the just mentioned ones. But the Conference of the Parties has also adopted mandates and provision to provide a more global platform to address illegal and unsustainable taking of wildlife, referring to one specific CMS decision here, 14182. And this includes activities in various areas, such as data collection, research, but also legislation, capacity building, and awareness. And this will develop over the coming months and years, and will be, also it's foreseen also as a platform for governments and multiple stakeholders to engage to tackle this serious topic. Then there are, of course, other instruments and tools which have been adopted under the convention over the years and decades. For example, single species action plans on the international level. For example, the government of Mongolia has been leading on the revision of the action plan for the great bustard in Asia that was adopted at the COP14 of CMS this year. Then there are other action plans relevant to the region, Central Asia and East Asia, the yellow-breasted bunting action plan, the action plan on the Dalmatian pelican, highly threatened in the East Asian region. I mentioned already the vultures. There's a multi-species action plan for vultures, which has been adopted already in 2017 under CMS. This is a extraordinary good piece of work. However, the problem with many of these action plans is that they're still lacking funding for the international coordination of the implementation of activities. Specifically for the East Asian region, just because also mentioning there's an overlap, of course, between East Asian Flyway and Central Asian Flyway to some extent when it comes to some species. But for example, we have action plans under CMS for the Christmas Island frigate bird and the Far Eastern curlew, specifically supported by the government of Australia, who took the lead in developing these action plans. And these action plans are also relevant for one of the task forces I mentioned, the task force for the Asia Pacific, which has overlapped with some countries in the Central Asian Flyway as well. Another instrument very important for the region is the Raptors MOU. It's a multilateral memorandum of understanding, meaning that it's a legally non-binding agreement under CMS, but still it's an important instrument to bring the range states of African Eurasian birds of prey together to find solution for the conservation of these species. 131 range states, including 64 signatories to this MOU. And this MOU lists 94 species of raptors. And the main decision-making body is a meeting of the signatories and supported by a technical advisory group. And as mentioned, headed by our colleague Umberto Galluorsi, the coordinating unit of the Raptors MOU in Abu Dhabi. One particular activity under the Raptors MOU is the work on the CAF Falcon Global Action Plan, species very relevant to the Central Asian region. The species is listed on Appendix 1 under CMS, so it's granted the highest degree of protection, except the Mongolian population, which is listed on Appendix 2. And this is mainly based on the recognition of specific efforts in the conservation of the species, which took place in Mongolia. For example, placing of artificial nests and also the modification of pylons of the power line grid in the recent years to mitigate the risks of electrocution for this species. The CAF falcon is also a species which is, or the work for this species is supported by a specific task force coordinated by the Raptors MOU coordinating unit. This task force was first leading on the development of the global action plan for the CAF falcon, and is now supporting the work, which also includes looking into options for an adaptive harvest management framework, let's say. So there are considerations to look into within, of course, the legal frame which is possible under the protection of the species, how to deal with, or how to shape, let's say, adaptive harvest management of the species while staying within the legal framework of the protection, but also with the aim of eradicating or eliminating illegal trade, which is still ongoing. So yeah, to ensure a significant reduction of the impact of electrocution and develop adaptive management framework, this is highly relevant, specifically also when you look at the Mongolian population. And I mentioned the risk of electrocution for this species, but for many other birds of prey. And to support this activity, the Raptors MOU coordinating unit has developed a questionnaire, which is basically ready for circulation, and the unit will work to distribute this and also contract someone to conduct an analysis based on the responses received. So those involved in this work will hear about that in the next coming months. And the issue of electrocution actually brings me to another important topic in the region, the expansion of renewable energies and how this can be reconciled with the conservation of migratory species. Because of course, expansion of energies and its infrastructure, not only renewable energies, but this includes also the related energy infrastructure, including power lines, can of course be a barrier for migration. And under the convention and its convention text, parties have obligations to mitigate or remove barriers for the protected migratory species. So recognizing that this is an important issue, the Conference of the Parties has adopted several decisions and resolutions. First of all, a resolution on renewable energy and migratory species, which establishes the CMS Energy Task Force and also endorses several guidelines, for example, on the sustainable deployment of renewable energy technologies. There's a resolution specifically on power lines and migratory birds. And there are related decisions and resolutions, for example, on impact assessment and migratory species. And the background is basically when you look at the country-wise annual energy production and link this to the potentially consequence of disappearing habitat through the expansion of wind energy and solar energy production, we see here that these maps that the Central Asian region and parts of the Central Asian Flyway are quite of relevance and sometimes in pretty dark colors, for example, when it comes to habitat loss, but also disturbance and also collision risk for some of this, especially migratory birds. When we project the scenario of expansion of wind and solar renewable energies to the areas where the resources, so let's say wind and solar radiation are highest, we see also that this can lead to potentially high loss of natural areas. And again, the Central Asian region is one region of specific concern, or particular concern here when you see the dark colors on this map. The same here when we project the wind and solar renewable energy expansion with the potential consequence of loss of threatened species. Again, Central Asian Flyway is one particular region of concern. So if we simply ignore the existence and habitats of species in this region during the expansion of renewables, this can lead to a high loss of threatened species. At the same time, when we, for example, consider the collision risk of birds with power lines, we see that there are several pretty high share of studies available for Europe and North America. But other regions, for other regions, we see a particular gap, information gap, a knowledge gap. And one of these regions is Asia. This is an important issue to address because impacts to migratory birds can be multiple ones when it comes to the expansion of energy infrastructure. such as habitat loss and fragmentation, of course, the collision we mentioned with power lines, but also wind turbines, electrocution, we mentioned in the context of the Seka falcon, for example. But also it can be that birds deviate from their ideal migration routes with a consequence of poor body condition, lower breeding success, and increased mortality. Again, as mentioned by Tejmoon Kaur and colleagues already, the BirdLife International Situation Analysis for the Central Asian Flyway has identified these threats and pressures through surveys, and also identified particular species of concern, some big birds of prey, but also water birds and land birds inhabiting the region. For example, the great Indian bustard, the great bustard in Central Asia, and others. CMS parties have recognized that this is a particular problem, and already a few years ago we analyzed national reports submitted by the parties, which actually reflect this concern, and also which reflect that parties are concerned about the expansion and wind and electrocution and collision risk, and then also showing which measures parties mainly take to address these. So of course there's work on national legislation and guidelines, but also promoting and engaging in particular initiatives, monitoring and evaluation exercises and work, and also promoting the cooperation between the relevant sectors and stakeholders. So it's very important to work with the developers and investors. And one particular tool I would like to highlight here before coming to an end of the presentation is the Energy Task Force, established under CMS, which has been operational since 2016 roundabout. And this task force has a goal to reconcile, promote the reconciliation of in renewable energy expansion, which of course we need to mitigate climate change, but with the conservation of migratory species. So meaning that renewable energies and related infrastructure are ideally placed in locations where they are less harmful to migratory species to mitigate impact on the species and avoid the loss of habitat and important migration. So this is a multi-stakeholder task force, which includes, of course, national governments, but also multilateral organizations, NGOs, academia, and very important in this context as well, international financial institutions, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the International Finance Corporation, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, African Development Bank, and others are members of this task force. And this task force is a very unique and actually, and very active platform for the development and dissemination of best practice guidance. For example, the colleagues from the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, together with KfW, have developed a handbook for post-construction fatality monitoring, which is a very important tool to evaluate actually the impact of constructed infrastructure and projects, but to learn lessons, but also to provide tools for fast decision making, basically, because when it comes to the development of these projects, investors or the development banks have and the decision makers on the political level have sometimes very small time, very few time to make decisions on these projects of energy expansion. So this is very important to give them tools at hand which they can use. This also includes information packages, case studies, and also identification of gaps and technical needs. And the task force itself is very active in also providing webinars, several activities. We had the meeting of the task force in April this year in Madrid, identifying specific issues, which then actually led into the establishment of new working groups under the task force, which also will then identify the priorities for the future program of work of the task force from next year on. And one tool I would like to highlight here, just coming at the very end is the AVISTEP tool, is developed by BirdLife International. And this is a sensitivity mapping tool for energy planning. And the purpose is that to give developers and decision makers a tool to identify where renewable energy could impact birds and should therefore be avoided. So which areas basically are not ideal for these kind of projects. And therefore, to give to those involved in the planning of renewable energy the possibility to ensure that facilities are developed in the most appropriate locations. And the Central Asian region is one particular, or the Central Asian Flyway is one particular region where this tool has been already applied. For example, in India, Nepal, Thailand, Vietnam, with BirdLife International and the supporting national BirdLife partners, and also other stakeholders involved, such as Asian Development Bank. And when you visit this website, you can really click on if you want to choose offshore, onshore wind, for example, solar, and which are the areas based on a color-coded system. Like you can identify like the red hotspots, which are not ideal because they have a high biodiversity of migratory birds. But also to say that the Energy Task Force covers not only migratory birds, but also bats and also marine species. Marine species are, of course, of high concern in areas of offshore wind parks. It has a broad mandate. It covers basically all renewable types of renewable energies, which to address the sound placing of the locations for these energies. So it's a broad mandate at the moment. The focus is on wind and solar energy, in particular offshore and onshore wind, but the ETF is expanding and is coordinated by the CMS Secretariat with BirdLife International as a contracted coordinator. And if you need any information or are interested in this process, please feel free to ask during the Q&A session or approach me by email. Thank you very much. I hope stayed more or less in time, maybe a bit over time, but it was really great being here and looking forward to any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
So much, Dr. Tillman, and it's our pleasure to have a presence and engagement of CMS Secretariat here. And then I personally learned a lot, especially on the great overview on very important information for the migratory species, and also about the resolutions and various task forces on board, and also how we can efficiently partner together. I think the AVISTEP tool also took my attention. So I will ask some questions after the next presentation. Okay, so I would like to now invite Dr. Batwaya from Wildlife Science and Conservation Center for presenting us a special case study from Mongolia and power line impacts on the birds. Floor is all yours.
Hello everyone, I'm from IKTT. So today I'm gonna briefly talk about the results of what WCC team has done related to the power line. So generally, there is two issues about the power line. First one is the electrocution. Second one is the collision. So I'm gonna explain briefly how birds get electrocuted on the power line. Generally, the birds get electrocuted when they touch the live wire while they're perching on the grounded structure like cross-armed or the post. So we have done the power line survey since 2009. The first survey is from 2009 to 2012. So we traced these kind of spikes on the cross arms. The study showed that if you place that kind of spikes in the correct place, it can effectively mitigate and reduce the bird mortality. On the archipel, we switch the position of the jumper wire from the top to the bottom under the cross arm. So it also significantly reduced the mortality of birds. So next study, we conducted the 1-year mitigation trial on the line, 60-kilometer line in the eastern Mongolia. So we divided the one line in 24 sections, and we checked the line every day. So on that line, we tried different kinds of mitigation methods. For example, here the new arch mount, and this is the insulator cup. This is the brush. This is the rotating mirror, and another insulator cup on the second and third piece. So when we compare that different kinds of methods, the rotating mirror is the most effective one. The second one is the new arch mount. But unfortunately, this rotating mirror can't last long. It broke very easily. In that case, it requires the maintenance. So from this 1-year trial we can see that the bird mortality fluctuates temporarily. We can see that this is the case of the sacred falcon. The sacred falcon mortality is high during the breeding season and after the fledging period, and from end of July and mid-August. We also done this survey throughout the country. So from here, we can see that mortality also fluctuates, especially throughout the country. We can't say the mortality rate is high in this line. Maybe here in 1 year, it can be very high at a certain line, maybe next year it should be low. We can't predict because it depends on the prey availability. So from 2013 to 15, we conducted a survey throughout the country, and this is the information about lines. For example, first year we checked 28 lines, and next year 21, last year 22 lines, etc. So we found that so many carcasses, around more than 20 species. From that bird species, most of them are sacred falcons, which is probably endangered birds, So our estimation is in 1 year, only in Mongolia, more than 4,000 sacred falcons died only on the power line because of the electrocution. So you know that there is a ecological and economic value, right? It's 16 million for the one individual sacred falcon. So if we multiply that numbers with that more than 4,000 individuals, it's around 65 billion per year. So based on our previous survey, we conducted new mitigation. We installed new mitigation methods. We installed new unattached pin insulator just next to the original one. The purpose of that method is we prevent the sacred falcon and other raptors perching just next to the live wire. And we switched the position of jump wire under the cross arm for the third and second phase. So this mitigation method reduced the mortality around 90%. Right here, 85 to 70, 90%. Quite useful method. Next, we tried another insulator cup on the pole top and also insulator material on the cross arm. So this kind of method can separate the bird from the live wire and grounded structure. So this kind of work is funded by the Mohammed bin Zayed Director Conservation Fund. And this is the process of delivering all these core materials to the every electricity distribution companies. This is the installation process. So far we have mitigated the 57 lines in the 13 provinces. So on the previous presentation, they mentioned that around 27,000 coal is already mitigated during that project. So also we conducted the coalition throughway in 2019. So there is different type of power transmission line. We know that we divided the power lines into two categories: power transmission, electricity distribution lines. 25 kilowatts and higher is power transmission line. Below that, 35 kilowatt is electricity distribution lines. So we found more than 50 species of birds are found during this collision throughway throughout the country. And we can see that different species of birds found recorded. And in spring and autumn throughway, it's also different. In the autumn throughway, more birds recorded under the transmission lines. It's because of after the fledging, the number of individuals increased, right? So we try to publish our results in the peer-reviewed journals. So we are not only doing the research, we also try to communicate and cooperate with the multiple stakeholders, including the ministries and mining companies and electricity companies, also the funders, etc. We organized several meetings. This one, the first one, held in 2014 in Abu Dhabi. Next one is the national one in 2017. We also do some work to raise the public awareness. We have done the study tour with the local public students and journalists and other organizations. Also, we have done the calendars and brochures and circulated throughout the related organizations. So actually in 2016, the working committee is created. And in 2018, we have agreement with the Institute of Energy and Economics, and we started working on the project to develop the national standard for the avian safe power distribution lines. And in 2021, actually, that first national standard for avian-friendly power lines adopted. And this is the kind of brochure circulated and explaining about that standard and guideline. We circulated it to the related ministries and every power distribution companies. Thank you very much.
I think we all learned a little bit about how Mongolia is trying its best to reverse the negative impact on the migratory birds. Then this case was highlighting sacred falcon, and sacred falcon is our national bird. So now I would like to, we are on time. So we are doing it all the way, very German way today, and successfully finishing all of our presentations. And I would like to now invite Dr. Nimbayer to host our questions and answer sessions and discussion.
Hi, I hope it's almost 3:30, and I hope everybody is doing okay. And today, this afternoon, we heard several very interesting presentations, and especially the last two about what kind of infrastructures impacts can be have from infrastructure developments in our regions, and also Mongolia provided an example how we try to tackle this issue facing migratory birds with the power lines. And CMS presentation from CMS was really nice, comprehensive information. I hope many of our participants from this region can use this information as a tool for the next steps and to develop and the more broader networking and communication and coordination with other people. As you can see, every country, every region, we have similar problems in terms of illegal wildlife trade and killing and taking, and also problems with electrocution. But as a Flyway region, because we are talking about migratory species, you can see this country nationwide data collection and how we presenting it was really important. As an example, exemplified by presentation from China. This is one of the few countries really did this very difficult task to collect such a difficult and arduous task to collect nationwide wildlife trade data. China has done a really good job, and I hope many countries can follow this step and then do own national analysis, national reports. And I hope also many people, many of you can know the report that Tilman showed about the state of the migratory birds published by CMS. That report is also very, very important report. I highly recommend everybody to check that report. It's available online at CMS's website. So I'm sure all these interesting talks must have given you many thoughts and many ideas. And let's open the floor. And then if you have any questions and discussions, this is the time. And just raise your hands or pick up the microphone and ask questions. And let's have nice discussions until 4 o'clock, right? Oji, until 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. If
Not
it's
4
too long, let me know.
Yeah, you're on a different time zone.
Yes.
Yeah, until 5.
Oh, yes. I have, okay, let me start. I have a question from Tata. So this, what was the biggest lesson for you to advise to other countries? Because if like Mongolia, Kazakhstan, or India, or other countries wants to repeat something similar what you have done, and what would be your recommendations, advices?
Hi. Do you mean for other countries to organize such a nationwide bird market survey or other conservation-related surveys?
Yes, many countries we have in the Central Asian regions, we have illegal wild bird killing and trade issues. But none of them countries, in my opinion, has done such an extensive and impressive surveys as you have done. But I'm sure it was not an easy task. So based on your experiences and what we must think to make such a nationwide assessment successful?
Yeah, well, I think the reason that we have achieved this is based on a network that we have built in China, the network of citizen science of bird association and bird watcher community. So if in a country we have already developed such a volunteer network, it's easier to organize such a nationwide coordinated survey. So I think the collaboration between bird watching associations or other conservation association across the country, and also collaboration with the academic, like some university and also the government, is very important. So it's mainly about collaboration, using power from different actors. And we try to repeat the survey during pandemic, during COVID-19. That's another example. For the first time we organized the national survey, we actually had funding. We actually have funding from two funding organizations, and also crowdfunding from the public. So we raised a lot of money for the first survey. But during the second survey, we actually didn't have funding. We just emailed all the volunteers from the first survey and asked if they would be willing to attend the second repeated survey, and they were all very willingly to attend the second survey, even without funding, without payment. So I think if more and more people can value such conservation actions and participate in this kind of citizen science work, we can have more strength in organizing such survey and to have implication for future conservation strategies.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That was really good lessons and experience for us. Any other questions from the room? Okay, we have a question in the chat room. It's from Larry Lee. Her question is, how much of a reaction of interest do you think they will actually is in this project from local community? How local people responded to this power mitigation project? It's the question to Bayra. Dr. Bayra.
Yeah. Thank you for the questions. Actually, the local people are very helpful and very happy to our work, and they are willing to collaborate with us because they know that how the birds of prey are useful for their pasture and for the ecosystem. Most of the local people are very happy with our work.
Just to add on that, also previously due to the collision and electrocution, there is a lot of power outage in the local areas. That was also creating lots of economic loss to the local community. So through that project, during that project, that message also being disseminated so people understand and appreciate it.
So also, not only the local people, also from engineers and workers from the local electricity distribution companies. So because once the bird get electrocuted and there's a blackout, so it means they lost a lot of money, right? So in that case, we are saving the birds and they are saving the money because the more reliable power supply means they have more money. So in that case, it's a kind of win-win situation.
Nice, great. I think that's really true. And there's always, it's important to look at the problem from different angles. Because as a conservationist or as a researcher, so our point of angle to look at the problem is completely different from the point of view of engineers and power line companies. So when we talk with them and then try to understand them instead of working against them, then we have a much better success to make success in a shorter possible time. So their problem is actually part of the solutions and just hidden. And so it was very important to keep engaged and talking with them. That's my add. I have one question to Tilman. You, at the end of presentation, you mentioned about every step. Of course, I know BirdLife is doing this very important project, but number of countries joining in the every step is still, it's not a lot. And what would you advise, or how do we encourage more countries to join in every sensitivity mapping tool?
Yeah, thank you, Nima and colleagues for this question, and also want to also to express my thanks to the Mongolian government, the Ministry of Environment. Cannot see everybody in the room, but was saying hello to them, and thanks for taking the lead in these matters under CMS. Yeah, the AviStep tool. Yeah, I mean there are a couple of countries, of course, where it has been developed, but it is. Yeah, I mean, it might sound a lot of money, but if you consider, for example, you can already do with $81,000 to $100,000, like an assessment for one of the country, let's say in Asia, in Central Asia. I think we are talking about these dimensions, and also that that you have, yeah. The commitment from some of the development banks also in this process, I think, can be very helpful. I mean, there are other mechanisms. I mean, I'm not an expert on the let's say the financial flows of these projects and how it works, and specifically how BirdLife has made these contracts with the countries where they undertook the ones, but it can be included in other projects as well. So we are not talking, let's say, about the like multi-million effort here, let's say, for getting actually quite some good examples. I mean, it's not the per se solution. I mean, that you can really say, okay, in this area we need to put the wind park here because it's the only area. Of course, there are other factors, and developers have the other factors, and then I mean there are also all these standards the standards which are like published and disseminated by the development banks. But yeah, in the end, it's not something which is unrealistic, let's say. So if you have, I think some countries are also eligible for GEF. GEF is not a CMS mechanism, financing mechanism, so we're not so much in this, but through projects under this framework, there may be also possibilities. Yeah, I mean, I would of course maybe ask like concretely the BirdLife colleagues how this was done in other projects and directly working with the governments. But just to say that actually with like in the international frame, relatively moderate investment, you can get some quite good results, I think, and also showcase how that you're active as a country in addressing this important issue. Yeah, but I may be able to reach out also if someone has sends me the email, and happy to facilitate the context to the right people who can further give like the concrete details about that.
That's excellent. Thank you, Tilman.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, it's me again. A bunch of questions. Well, I wish I was with you because I'm now in the West Mongolian remote places. I came from, left my field camp just to participate and be part of this very important workshop. I'm particularly really happy about the representations from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. The countries are really important countries for Central Asia. And I would like to hear their opinions about this workshop, and if they have any comments or take-home messages that you would like to share with us, and please do so, and we will be very happy to hear your comments. Don't feel pressured, yeah, but microphone is open to you. Take this opportunity, or you can also write to us and communicate with us by emails.
If I may, Jeremy from Kyrgyzstan. Thank you very much for organizing that workshop. It's for me, like, and I hope for my colleagues when I will have reported to them. It's extremely insightful. I am getting a lesson out of electrocution and collision, which is much more than I was asking and expecting. So thank you so much. The only comment I have, and it's not just for like wildlife trade or for the question of energy infrastructures, is for Central Asia there is a huge need for collaboration and discussions between the different countries. We are not many, actually, when we think of these organizations that are based in Europe or the US or in China. Like you can gather almost 1 million people to collect data, and that's pretty amazing. Like just it's like 15% of the Kyrgyz population. So this question of like being not enough to cover a massive territory that is really unknown, I think can be first balanced by further collaboration and discussion, and potentially having like regular meeting and discussion online. Like thank God we have Zoom now to organize this kind of stuff. The other thing that comes back actually on a regular basis is we don't have much data in Central Asia. We don't have of information on what to do, where are the priorities, and how
Like one of the things, for example, that we are working on in Kyrgyzstan right now is the development of a offshore monitoring network.
Why the same?
Since we don't have much data on what's happening on beaches, for example.
5 years to try to train park rangers and citizen scientists to provide data, to share this data on database, and that's probably something that we should extend to the whole flyway, or at least to the whole Central Asian region. I'm happy to get thoughts on that because it's a huge work, but I think it could yield a lot of results. And thank you again, Mongolia, for your work on electrocutions. Right? Amazing.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I think we are doing
over.
Okay. Good.
This is Madina from Kazakhstan, from ACPK. I just want to say thank you, everyone, especially for organizers. And it's a lot of exciting presentation and a lot of insights for me also. And I also want to ask Mr. Bayar just maybe share that publication. Yeah, it would be very appreciated if you will share with that. So that's it. Thank you.
I also want to say thank you to organization this meeting. It's very useful, and now we have more information about birds' mortality under the power line. The Mongolian presentation show how many birds died. Probably first of all it's Sacred Falcon. Now we understood what's happened with these birds on migration in our country, why it's so huge difference between year to year. And I think that it will be very interesting to organize some the same meeting about birds mortality under the wind farm. In the wind farm, because now in Uzbekistan, and I know that in Kazakhstan, it's just built new wind farm, and we didn't know how it could be impact for our birds. If maybe with Hanns Foundation or somebody else organize some meeting conference, and with example of country, maybe in Mongolia or in Korea or in China, it will be very useful for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
За өнөөдрийн уулзалтанд зохион байгуулсан Hanns Seidel Foundation тэгээ бүх ихтгэл тавьсан хүмүүстээ бүгдд нь дахин талархал илэрхийлье.
And we would like to really highly appreciate all the organizers, and special thanks to the presenters and all the hard work.
Судлаачид эрдэмтэд одоо олон төлөөлөл цаг заваа гаргаж одоо оролцсонд их талархаж байна. Тэгээ хэдийгээр нэхгүй өдрийн уулзалт боловч бид нар бас маш их олон мэдлэг, туршлага тэгээ судалгааныхаа талаар бие биетэйгээ мэдээлэл хуваалцсанд баяртай, сонирхолтой байсан.
Although it was only one day meeting, in few hours of meeting, it has been really great how people are cooperating and sharing their best practices and learning each other's experience. It's been great pleasure.
Тэгээ бид бол ерөнхийдөө судалгаа бас дахин судалгаан дээр л үндэслэж ашиглалтаа бид нар сайжруулах хэрэгтэй, ашигласан ч гэсэн зүй зохистой ашиглах тал дээр одоо анхаарах хэрэгтэй, бие биенээсээ туршлах, баримтлуулсан, судалсан ийм сайхан уулзалт боллоо. Тэгээ та бүхэнд нь бүгдд нь ажлын амжилт хүсье.
All the natural resources use should be really based on the research, again, studies and research again. So we can make an informative decision and a science-based decision to how much we can actually use from the nature. So at the end of my speech, I would like to wish the best, good luck for everyone's research.
Thank you, Mukhtish from Minister of Environment and Climate Change for your support from the ministry. And without the Ministry's Environment and Climate Change support, all our work is basically meaningless. So thank you again for being with us. And now I'd like to hand over the microphone to Dr. Bernard Schelliger for closing remarks.
We had already 5 or 6 closing remarks here. Thank you for that. But also want to say something. We had really amazing and enlightening presentations in such a level of commitment and devotion. So I'm more hopeful for the Flyway now than before. And when we started to plan this project, we wanted to have every year one topical seminar, but we were not sure, is it really necessary and good to do so? But I think that what you said just now, it really brings me to the conclusion it is good to have this. Now, there are amazing initiatives already on the local level, regional and national, and also international. And we heard especially from Mongolia here. We do not want to double that effort, and we cannot do so. We don't want it, and we cannot do so. So it's your Flyway and your thing to do. But to bring the people together here, that was maybe something which was really good. hopefully fruitful for all of us, and can bring further discussions. And I see it already, how when papers are exchanged, when people meet here, next time you meet together, in the next meeting, you will know each other already and know how to do a side event together or to do something. So it would be, we might actually do something on wind farms. And by chance, Germany, because we have a government who is very keen on wind farms, which is another topic we cannot discuss here, but we have quite some knowledge on wind farms and birds also. So that might be really an interesting topic. But we are not really here to organize another, let's say, task force or so. That one is already there, but still we can think about that. And Nyamba said he's not with us today, but fortunately some of us at least can meet him tomorrow, because we have, beside our topical work, also our species-oriented work. We will go on with some of you, so I'm very happy about some, not unfortunately, that we can meet you and do something on geese, on beheaded geese. That will be very exciting second part of our meeting here. And I'm especially grateful that so many important institutions and actors have been here today the whole day, like Tillman from CMS, Tesh, and Dr. Melville in the morning, and especially also our representatives from Ministry of Environment. I mean, I live in Korea since 25 years, go to many meetings. The ministry comes often, but usually only until the photo is done, and then they go. So I'm very, very happy that you stayed. That's really a wonderful thing. That's, yeah. And we have also nice people in the ministry. That's not the case, but it's really often they are. So, and what's the outlook? So for this year, I guess we meet some of us in October when we have the EAFP Science Conference, where we'll have another whole afternoon dedicated to the Central Asian Flyway also, that's in Beijing. And some of us go meet the WSCC tomorrow. And last but not least, this really, I found out, I underestimated that a conference in Korea I can organize in 2 weeks, but here with all these people from different places to bring so much work. But I fortunately didn't do any of this work. But the great people from WSCC, thank you, Namba and his team, we'll thank you tomorrow. Second, Beck Minze Beck, I'm not sure if she can once open her photo at HFS Korea, who unfortunately couldn't join us, but was really very instrumental in organizing all the flights and so. Thank you, Minze. And third of all, here, there's she, Baya. Please you, and then for you, because you're here, there's some small things I want to get to. Really, she did so well. Please give her a great hand. Because it's holiday time. Everybody is in holiday besides her. And also my colleague. So thank you so much. And now Felix, you will say something on housekeeping.
Yeah, Felix said, let's say bye to the people online, because for us, we have a second round to do, and we will explain afterwards. I think we all wait to the people online. Goodbye. And
goodbye.
Thank you.
Again.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.